Hello and welcome back to a brand new live stream. How are you guys doing? I woke up today and I felt like I want to start learning something new. And that's why I chose Python. Why Python? I know a lot of, just a little. I know just a little of C#, C++, JavaScript, HTML, CSS. And honestly, I want to experience more. And by more, I mean React, Node, Java, Python, what else? I don't know. Everything that's out there, because I feel like, I told you I don't like programming at all. Well, it's just a more of an experience for myself to see if I hate programming because of my previous experience, like with math and all this stuff, or if I hate programming because I just haven't practiced enough. Because I had the exam, I will find out the results on the 5th. I think I did pretty well, and that gave me a boost, in like confidence boost. So yeah, why not trying something new today? So welcome back, guys. Welcome, Blaster. I see that there are 4 already watching. Thank you very, very much. It means a lot. I'm thinking about taking notes, but besides that, hold on, I will just show you what I have prepared. So here we got a course from FreeCodeCamp. I used to practice with it previously a lot, and I have to say it really helped me. So we got this course from Harvard. That's free. You can search it up online as well if you want to. It's almost 16 hours, which is crazy. I did a little bit of research before just to see what people think about it. I did a research on Reddit and forums because I wanted to see exactly what people think of it and not someone being sponsored by them, you know what I mean. So an objective opinion. Then I did only 4 exercises here in FreeCodeCamp with Python. And that's pretty much it for today. I can close these tabs so that it will run smoothly. I'm planning also on taking notes. I was thinking either choosing Notion or taking them by hand. And yeah, I don't know. Hi, wish you a good day. Wow, thank you very much. Long time no see. How should I pronounce your name? Hold on. I don't want to misspell it. Utkersh? Did I say it right? Please let me know if it was an accident. Oh, new subscriber! Welcome! Hello! Already! Python is lucky, apparently. So I'm thinking of starting with the tutorial first, with the video. Once I feel like I'm tired of listening to someone, I will start practicing it myself with the exercises. Big Smoke, this teacher will make it slow and lengthy. Not this guy, it's this one. It's this guy. I feel like he talks pretty fast, honestly.
Why or not? Well, let me go ahead and delete some of this code and change the question we're asking.
I will ask you multiple times if you can hear him well, so I can increase the volume. But for now, what I wanted to do, just give me 1 second, guys, because I wanted to arrange my notes in Notion. And then I will start right away. Yes. Okay. So I pronounced it right. That's great. Now I'm waiting for Notion to be installed. I wanted to spend a little bit more using the starting soon screen, but then I saw 5 people join and I was like, oh my god, I have to start this live stream. I know him, he's David Mellon. Exactly, that's his name. So you're not a big fan of him? Because honestly, on the internet, as I've told you, I did a little bit of research and I saw people liking the guy, and I thought, could be a nice option. So now I am trying to log in my Notion account. I don't know why to create a work account you have to log in again. I'm doing that. Okay, come on. Personal Notion, and I think not shared, but can I add one? Join or create? Oh, okay. So now you can see what I'm doing. It's for maybe for school actually, on my own. Classroom management, lessons, whatever, notes, planner. Yeah, something like that. Now let's see. I'm gonna switch the screen so you won't see my personal details meanwhile, but yeah. I enrolled on a C course. It was boring and lengthy. We had a C in our college and I got A+. Ooh, nice, good job. I mean, honestly, I don't know. It depends. I'm very curious. But I watched, I think, around 4 minutes or something, and I liked what I saw. So, why not trying? I'm still waiting for Notion to load. I don't know why does it take so long. Just Notion being Notion, I guess. I hope you can hear me well though. Guys, let me know if I have any problems network related or with my sound. I'm checking the audio. Okay, so the mic works, thank God. Yeah, probably should have started this earlier. I don't know why it takes so long. I not expect you still remember me. Of course I do. I remember every and each one of you by the names, but mostly by your profile picture. So if you change your profile picture, maybe it's gonna be a bit harder, but if you're active on my live streams, of course I'll remember you. I mean, I know I don't remember a lot of things, but still, it's funny. Here I got hot chocolate. Yeah, I don't know what Notion is doing, honestly. I'm just gonna close it for now. I'm gonna try again, probably. So let me just... It says it's still getting ready. Why does it take so long? Anyways. That's so weird. I want to start, but at the same time, if I want to take notes, I don't really have the place. What if I open Notion here? You know what? Let me just try to open it in browser, even though I don't know if it... Let me do that. So log in. And let's see if it redirects me to... Oh, it actually works. Okay, that's cool. Now I'm just gonna create another... Yes. But I want to change the settings. For the name. Non-conformist. I just rename myself the non-conformist. What's really weird here is the fact that I can't really rename the join create logout. Yeah, you know, should I create another account? One moment. I'm so sorry it takes this long. I didn't expect it to take this long, honestly. Yeah, it's just Notion sometimes. I guess. Settings, appearance, customize notifications, my account. Okay. Just going to add here when I create, getting set up for school on my own, classroom, research, notes, planner, continue. Let's see if it's faster in the browser. Another test. And once we are done with this, it should work. I'm getting set up. Come on, Notion, stop disappointing me. What's going on? Okay, finally. Here we are. So I've created a new personal space. Try the new Notion AI. Oh, cool. Let's see. I'm just curious if the one that we had... Nope. Okay, so the app is slower than the browser, apparently. We have only one course for now, so I'm just gonna rename this one just like it is here. Course code? No. Assignments, we don't have assignments. Quick links. Okay, we'll just paste the link of this right here. I'll just delete everything, paste one video link or something. Assignments, we have them. I should probably change cover. Upload. Okay, let's see. Python. Right. Not Java. Not Java. Oh, my bad. It's so funny that it's a snake. Cartoon or something. No. Programming. I want to find an image for that. Maybe this one. Oh, I like this one. I really do like this one. So I'm gonna download it, then go back here, upload file. Here we are. Fingers crossed, hopefully reposition. Exactly like that. This one, computer. Okay, that's it. So this is the first space. Classroom home. Class notes. Okay. Class, no. Let's see. I have to say, I don't have that much experience with Notion. Okay, this is a form. Oh. So I'm also practicing it. New page, move to trash. Okay. Classroom home, research paper, Notion. Student planner. Course information, maybe it's not necessary to have. Maybe we'll keep this one in case we need more details. But here for announcements, I will honestly, what if I just copy this one? Can I wait? If I copy, can I paste it right under? It works. So maybe I will take the notes like this. Here we don't really want a date necessary. So yeah, we're gonna start like this. Classroom home. So student planner right at the top. Switch to manual and then classroom home. Let's just say notes. Assignments or something. And here. Research paper. I'll put it down. So we got these notes. Ideas or something. Okay. Well, I think it's cool. It's fine. I guess we can start. Okay. Let's begin, guys. Let me know if you can hear it well. If not, I can increase the volume very easily.
Harvard University is an introduction to programming using the Python programming language. You will learn how to read and write code, as well as how to test and debug it. This course is taught by Dr. David Malin, and it's designed for students with or without prior programming experience who'd like to learn Python.
Hello world, my name is David Malin, and this is CS50's Introduction to Programming with Python. Whereas CS50 itself is an introduction to the intellectual enterprises of computer science and the art of programming, this course is specifically focused on programming in Python itself. At the beginning of the course, we focus on a topic in programming known as functions and variables, mechanisms via which you can write code that solves smaller problems, but you can compose those smaller solutions into solutions to larger.
Let me check the audio to see how good it is. I think it's fine.
Problem still. We'll then transition to a look at conditionals, a way in code of expressing yourself logically to maybe do something if some question has an answer of true, or not do something if the answer is false. We'll transition thereafter to introducing you to loops, the ability in code to do something again and again and again some number of times. We'll then transition to something a little more technical known as exceptions. Unfortunately, a lot can go wrong when you're writing code. Some of it your fault, some of it perhaps someone else's fault, but you can write code defensively, so to speak, and actually catch those kinds of exceptions, those errors, and handle them properly so that the users you're writing code for don't actually see the same. Thereafter, we'll take a look at libraries, third-party code written by other people often, or perhaps yourself in the past, that you can use and reuse in your own project so as to avoid reinventing the wheel again and again. We'll look thereafter at something called unit tests. It turns out you'll actually write code to test your own code, but you won't have to write tests for your tests. Indeed, this is a best practice in industry, writing tests for your code so that, one, you can be sure that your code today is, hopefully, if your tests are correct itself. But moreover, if you or someone else modifies your code tomorrow or down the line, you can rerun those same tests to ensure that those new changes have not broken anything about your own code. We'll then take a look at something called file I/O, I/O for input and output, the ability to not just store information inside of a computer's memory, but rather save it persistently to disk, so to speak, to files and folders. We'll then take a look at another technique known as regular expressions, whereby in Python you can define patterns and you can validate data to make sure the human types something in as you expect. You can use regular expressions to extract data, perhaps from some data set you're trying to analyze. We'll then take a look ultimately at object-oriented programming, a paradigm, a way of writing code whereby you can represent in code real-world entities. And this is in addition to other paradigms of programming that we'll also explore, among them procedural programming, where you write lots of those functions, procedures really, top to bottom to solve problems step by step, and even something known as functional programming as well. And then at the very end of the course, we equip you with all the more tools for your toolkit, and additional building blocks, additional vocabulary via which after this same course you can go off on your own and either take other courses or solve projects of your own using all of these mechanisms. Now, this course itself assumes no prior programming background, so you don't have to have written a single line of code in Python or any language yet. But this is also a course that you can take before, during, or even after CS50 itself if you'd like to get all the more versed with Python. Each week, via the course's lectures, we introduce you to any number of concepts that we'll then drill down more deeply into in the form of problem sets each week. That is, programming projects that will enable you to apply some of those lessons learned to problems of your very own. And by the end of the course, you'll have solved so many problems that ideally are representative of problems you'll eventually encounter in the real world, whether you aspire to solve code in the technical world or perhaps in the arts, the humanities, the social sciences, the natural sciences, or beyond. You'll have ultimately the vocabulary and the technical skills via which to approach the same. This then is CS50, and this is CS50's introduction to programming with Python.
Okay.
All right, this is CS50's introduction to programming with Python. My name is David Malin, and this is our week on functions and variables. But odds are many of you, most of you, have never actually programmed before, so let's start by doing just that. Let me go ahead here and open up my computer, and on it a program called Visual Studio Code, or VS Code, which is just a very popular program nowadays for actually writing code.
You know what I'll do very fast? I will hide the comments, or I will move them actually somewhere else on my screen. So if you guys want to comment something, it will not distract us from the code. I think it should be fine. Okay.
Now, you don't have to write code using this particular tool. In fact, all we need at the end of the day is a so-called text editor, a program for writing text. And heck, if you really want, you could even use something like Google Docs or Microsoft Word. You'd have to save it in the right format. But really, at the end of the day, all you need is a program for writing text, because that's what code is, text. Now, within this particular program, I'm going to have the ability to create one or more files via this top portion of the screen. And I'm going to do so by diving right in and doing this at the bottom of my screen. At the bottom of my screen is a so-called terminal window. And this is a command line interface, or CLI, interface to the underlying computer, be it your Mac or your PC or even some server in the cloud. And what I'm going to do here is literally write code and then the name of the file that I want to code, for instance, hello.py.
Hello, Blaster. How are you doing? Welcome here.
As we'll soon see, any program that you write in Python generally has a file name that ends in .py to indicate to the computer that it's indeed a program written in Python. Now, you'll see here at the top of my screen, I have a blinking cursor, a line 1, which is where the very first line of my code is going to go, and then just a tab that reminds me of the name of this file, hello.py.
Okay, so first things first. The newest thing. Starting command or something. Hello.py. To add new announcement, duplicate or add thing. Are you learning Python? I'm trying to, yeah. Why not? Starting. Can delete this. Okay. I'm thinking of moving this one up there. Can I select it? Okay, up, here. Those who use Godot game engine, they can code easily in Python. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, good to know. Thank you very much, Blaster, for telling me.
And without even knowing much Python, I'm going to write my very first program here as follows. Print, open parenthesis, quote, hello, comma, world, close quote, and close parenthesis. And you'll see that at my keyboard, some of my thoughts were finished for me. I only had to type one parenthesis, and the other one automatically appeared. And that's just a feature that we'll see of tools like this tool here. Now, even if you've never programmed before, odds are you can guess, infer what this simple program is going to do. And it's only one line. Print, open parenthesis, quote, hello world, close quote, close parenthesis.
I have to mention that right now, looking at this line of code, it looks easier than C# or Java or anything else that I learned.
Parenthesis. Indeed, when I run this program, ultimately, it's just going to say hello to the world. And in fact, this is a very famous, perhaps the most canonical program that you can write as your very first program in Python or any other language. And so that's what I've done here. But on my Mac, my PC, even my phone, I'm generally in the habit, like you, of running programs by double-clicking an icon or just tapping on the screen. But I see no such icons here. And in fact, that's because my interface to at least my current Mac or PC or some server in the cloud is, again, only a CLI, command line interface, which even though it might feel like it's a step back from the menus and buttons and icons that you and I take for granted every day, you'll find we think that it's ultimately a much more powerful interface and incredibly popular to use among programmers in the real world. So to run this program, I'm going to have to use a command. And I'm going to move my cursor back down to the bottom of the screen here, where previously I already ran one command, the command code, which has the effect of opening VS Code in my computer, and then I passed in the name of the file that I wanted to code up. Now I have a chance to type a second command, and you'll see I see a second $sign. Now, the $sign here doesn't indicate any kind of currency or money. It just is the symbol that's generally used to indicate your prompt, where the command line interface wants you to put those commands. Now, the command I can run here is going to be this. I'm going to run Python of hello.py. Now, why is that? Well, it turns out that when I actually write code in a language like Python, it's, of course, stored in that file, hello.py. But I need to interpret the code top to
I didn't know we use Python. You mean in Godot?
bottom left to right so that the computer knows
Or Godot.
what to do. Indeed, at the end of the day, even if you don't really know much about computers, you've probably heard that computers only understand zeros and one, the so-called binary system. Well, if that's the case, then something that says print and parenthesis and quote unquote hello world is not surely zeros and ones. We have to somehow translate it into the zeros and ones that the computer understands. Now, fortunately, so long as you've installed such a program in advance, there's a program as well as a language called Python.
I see. Yeah, me neither.
So Python is not only a language in which we're going to write code, it's also a program, otherwise known as an interpreter, that you install for free on your own Mac or PC or some server in the cloud, and you can then run that program, that interpreter, passing to it as input the name of your file, like mine here, hello.py, and then that program, that interpreter, will handle the process of reading it top to bottom, left to right, and translating it effectively into those zeros and ones that the computer can understand. So let's do just that. Let me go back to VS Code here. I already typed out Python of hello.py, but I didn't yet hit enter. And that's what's now going to kick off this command. And hopefully, if I didn't mess any of this up, I should see my very first program's output to the screen. And voila, hello world. So if you too have typed exactly that same code and have executed exactly that same command, you will have written your very first program, in this case, in Python.
Hello world by American 20 min, hello world by Indian 2 min. Yeah, that's true.
Well, now let's take a step back and consider what is it that we actually just did, and what is it we're looking here on the screen? Well, first and foremost, in most any programming language, you tend to have access to what are called functions. A function is like an action or a verb that lets you do something in the program. And generally speaking, any language comes with some predetermined set of functions, some very basic actions or verbs that the computer will already know how to do for you, that the language really will know how to do for you, and you, the programmer, the human, can use those functions at will to get the computer to do those things. Now, the program in question here, hello.py, is using one function. And you can perhaps guess what it is. That function is, of course, going to be this function print. And that print function, of course, doesn't print some preordained string of text. That is to say, it prints whatever it is you want it to print. And here, too, do we have another piece of terminology in the world of programming, namely arguments. An argument is an input to a function that somehow influences its behavior. The people who invented Python, of course, didn't necessarily know what it is you and I are going to want to print to the screen, so they designed this print function using these parentheses with the ability to take as input some string of text, be it in English or any other human language.
Last questions. Are you getting certificate? This is on YouTube, so if I'm watching this, no. But what I'm planning to do is, after I get kind of tired from listening to him, or I feel like my attention span is gone, I will try to train with the exercises here. I only did 3. I was at the 4th one, as you can see. And at the very end, I can get a certificate. But you see, there's a lot of work. So maybe this is only the start of it. Let's see how it is, if I like it, and if I feel like it's not stressful or I feel overwhelmed or anything, we will. And it doesn't bother me. You can ask me things.
Want this function ultimately to print onto the screen. And what is it that the program's ultimately doing on the screen? Well, it's printing, of course. It's showing us hello world on the screen, and that's generally in programming known as a side effect. It can be visual, it can be audio. In this case, it's something that appears on the screen. And functions, therefore, can indeed have these side effects. One of the things they can do as this verb or action is to display on the screen as a side effect something like those words that we wanted, hello world. So that's my first program, and I'm feeling pretty good. Everything worked as planned. I didn't make any mistakes, but honestly, when you're learning how to program, and even once you've learned how to program years later, you're going to make mistakes. And those mistakes, of course, are referred to a term you might already know, which is that of a bug. A bug is a mistake in a program, and they can take so many forms, and take comfort perhaps in knowing that over the coming weeks, you're going to make so many mistakes. You're going to have so many bugs in your code, just like I did, and just as I still do. And those bugs themselves are just mistakes that are problems for you to solve. And over the weeks to come, we're going to give you a lot of tools, both mental and technical, via which you can solve those problems. But just don't get discouraged if when writing your program for the first time, it doesn't even work that first time. It will, with time, with practice, and with experience. So let me deliberately now.
Also, because you asked about the certificate, what you can also do is you can go here Or wait, is it this one? No, it's not that one. It's on IDX or something. So if you go to IDX Harvard CS50, you can get diploma or certificate, whatever. But the thing is, so you can take the course for free. But wait, let me just change the image so you won't see my email address. Okay, it's fine. If you want to get the certificate, you have to pay yeah, I don't think I can show. You have to pay 150 euros. But on FreeCodeCamp, it's free, so no worries.
I'll make a mistake that there was a non-zero chance I might have done accidentally already, but I got lucky. Let me go ahead and just suppose I forgot to include something like the closing parenthesis at the end of this line of code. You know, the code is almost correct. It's like 99% of the way there. But now that I've pointed it out, it's pretty obvious that it's missing that closed parenthesis. But even little, seemingly minor details like that you and I as humans wouldn't really care about. And if you're sending an email or a text message, whatever, it's just a typo. It's not that big a deal. It is going to be a big deal to the computer. A computer is going to take you literally. And if you don't finish your thought in the way the language expects, it's not going to necessarily run at all. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead here and clear my screen down at the bottom just so I can start fresh. And I'm going to go ahead and run this version of my program after having made that change by deleting the parenthesis. I'm going to go ahead and type Python again of hello.py. And this time when I hit enter, I'm hoping I'm going to see hello world. But here we have an error on the screen, a so-called syntax error, which refers to my having made a mistake at my keyboard. And this one, fortunately, is pretty straightforward. It indeed says that this open parenthesis was never closed. And so that's probably...
By the way, is the volume okay? Can you guys hear it well?
Pretty intuitive now what I need to do. I need, of course, to close it. Unfortunately, sometimes the error messages we'll see in the coming weeks are not going to be nearly that user-friendly. But there, too, again, with experience, with practice, will you get better at debugging such programs. Let me now make sure that I indeed fixed it correctly. Let me go ahead and run now hello.py and hit enter. And voila, we're back in business. Well, let me pause here and see if we have any questions now about Python itself, writing or running even the simplest of these programs.
Could I write code inside a Word or, for example, Microsoft Excel? And what's the barrier to doing that?
A really good question, and allow me to very explicitly say to the entire internet that you should not write code with Microsoft Word. I mention that only because it's a tool via which you can write text, and code is, at the end of the day, just text, but it's not the right tool for the job. We don't need bold-facing, underlining, paragraphs, and the like. We generally want something much simpler than Microsoft Word or Google Docs, and so VS Code is an example of just a more general-purpose text editor. Its purpose in life is to allow you, the human, to edit text. Nowadays, these text editors come with many more features. In fact, you'll notice that even in my code here, even though it's just one line, there's a bit of color to it. The word print, for me, is appearing in blue. The parentheses are black. And we'll see, as we might write more lines of code, more and more of the lines will come to life in various colors. Now, that's...
What is that question? Don't know, it's just a question. There are no bad questions, only questions, you know?
Just one feature of a text editor. We'll see, too, that it has features like this
I don't
built-in
judge.
terminal window. It's going to have a built-in tool for debugging or finding problems with code. And it's just a very popular tool nowadays. But there are many, many others out there. You're welcome to use them for this course and beyond. We just happen to use this one in large part, too, because you can also use VS Code nowadays for free in the cloud. How about one other question here on programming with Python or Hello World or syntax more generally?
Okay, I was trying to ask if it is not possible to run the code without using the terminal window.
I think I heard, is it not if it's possible to run the program without the terminal window? Are you?
Yes, sir.
OK, you froze for me again, but let me infer what the question is. So in this environment, as I've configured my computer, I can only run these Python programs via the terminal window. Now, that's good for me, the programmer, or the person who's trying to learn how to program, but it's not very good if you want to ship this software and have other people use your actual code. You can absolutely write programs and then allow other people to use not a command line interface, but a graphical user interface, or GUI, G-U-I. This is just one mechanism, and perhaps I think the best one with which to start writing code, because eventually it's going to give us a lot more control. Allow me to forge ahead here, but please feel free to continue asking questions along the way, if only via the chat. And let's consider now how we might go about improving this program. Let's go about improving this program to make it a little more interactive and not just assume that everyone is going to want to be greeted more generically as hello world. Let's see if I can't get this program to say something like hello David, or hello Jeremiah, or hello Horatio, or whatever the actual user's name is. Well, to do this, I'm going to go back up to hello.py, and I'm going to add another line of code at the very top that simply says, for instance, what's your name, quote unquote, with an extra space at the end. So I'm printing to the user, asking them a question for some input, but now I need another function to actually get input from the user. And perfectly enough, Python comes with a function named input. So here I'm going to go ahead and call a function input open paren, close paren. And that's going to prompt the user with just a blinking cursor waiting for them to type something in. Now, it turns out if I read the documentation for the input function, it actually takes an argument itself. I don't need to use print separately and then prompt the user for input. So I can actually simplify this code before we even use it. I'm going to go ahead here and take that same string from print, put it as an argument to the input function, and get rid of the print altogether. And in fact, that print would have added a new line anyway. So now I've just got a prompt where the user's cursor is going to end up blinking at the end of the line, asking them, what's your name? In my terminal window, I'm going to run Python of hello.py, enter. OK, we're making progress.
Last suggestion, sorry, learn from bro code and do tasks on FreeCodeCamp. He's eating time. Really? I mean, even from YouTube, I saw a book as well. Oh, fundraiser. That's cool. Okay.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
Yeah, maybe I will. But for now, I just want to try a little bit more with him. I know he talks a lot, but at the same time, I kind of like his style. But thank you very much, Carl.
It seems that this new function input is indeed prompting me, the human, for input. So I'm going to type in my name, David, and hit enter. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do anything with my name. It just outputs it immediately. All right, well, I could fix this, right? I could go up to line 2, and I could change world to David. And then back in my terminal window here, I can do Python of hello.py, enter. What's your name? David, enter. And there we go. All right, now I'm up and running. Now my program is working as intended. Of course, this isn't really working as intended here. Let me go ahead and try pretending to be my colleague Carter here. Well, Carter's name is this. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter, and I'll see, of course, hello.
He's a good teacher, but very good yapper. That's true. Hello, Mr. Helper. Welcome here. Are you new on this channel? I don't think I've seen you before.
Carter? Well, obviously not, because I've hard-coded, so to speak. I've written literally my name inside of the string. So we need some way now of actually getting back what the user's...
How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. I'm trying to learn Python from the start. Like, I don't know anything about it. I just know a little bit of C#, C++, JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. And now I'm trying to upgrade my skills and see... Oh, yes, new here. Welcome, welcome. I really hope you will enjoy the content. So for now, we are watching this. Do you have any experience with programming? Or do you know any programming language?
Input is and doing something with it ultimately. And for this, we're going to leverage another feature of programming, specifically a feature of some functions, which is that they can have return values as well. If you think of input as being, again, this action, this verb, you can actually personify it as maybe a person, like a friend of yours that you've asked a question of, and you've asked your friend to go get input from someone else. Go ask that person their name. And if your friend comes back knowing that person's name, well, wouldn't it be nice if they handed that name back to you? That's
Dear, one suggestion, never give up. Wow, thank you so much. It means a lot, really. Thank you very, very much.
kind of what we need metaphorically the function to do is get the user's input and then hand it back to me so that I...
Programming needs time. Yes, indeed. So you have experience, right? Which one are you using?
The programmer can do something with it. But if it's going to be handed back to me, I kind of want to put it somewhere so that I can then print it back on the screen. I need to do the equivalent of take out like a piece of paper or a Post-it note, write down on this piece of paper what it is the human has said so that I can then feed it into as input that print function. And to do that, we're going to need one more feature of programming.
Oh, you know Python. So have you watched this course previously?
Namely variables. And odds are most everyone's familiar with variables from math class.
Concentrate on one programming language. All programming languages are use different syntaxes that still work on assembly language. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I can totally agree. But the thing is, I want to see which one is the easiest for me, you know? That's why I like to try all of them. I mean, we already had to because of the university. So now I still have to try like Python because I don't know anything about it, and then Java because I've heard Java is different from JavaScript, and what else? React, Node, maybe more, but these are pretty similar to Python. I've heard. I don't know if it's true, but I think so.
Way back when, X and Y and Z and the like, well, programming has that same capability.
Go for Python. Also, I checked on LinkedIn and I saw that a lot of jobs are requiring Python, which made me think more of it.
This ability to create a variable, in this case in the computer's memory, not just on a piece of paper.
No, what's your goal? My goal would be to I don't know if to work as a programmer, but I love game development in general, and being able to combine, I mean, programming is part of game development, right? So yeah, I just want to feel like I want to know a lot of skills, and then once I hit that point in my life in which I have to get a job, which is a year from now, I know that I have where to choose from, because if you know more things, it's easier to choose than something compared like if you don't know anything. So yeah.
And that variable can store a value, a number, some text, even an image or video or more. A variable is just a container for some variable. A variable is just a container for some value inside of a computer or inside of your own program. So how do I go about expressing myself in this way? Well, I think what I'm going to do is introduce a variable that's a little more interestingly named than x or y. I could just say this, x equals input, but I'm going to use a better name than a typical mathematical variable here, and I'm going to literally call my variable name. Why? Well, in programming, because I have a whole keyboard in front of me, I can use more descriptive terms to describe what it is I'm writing. And now, though, there's an opportunity to consider a specific piece of syntax. We've seen parentheses.
So already a difference comparing this one with C++ and C#, camel case, right? You have that there. But here apparently is not necessary. You can just type one and it's okay. Interesting.
We've seen quotes, all of which are necessary when passing inputs to a function. But this equal sign here that's in between input on the right and name on the left is actually important. And it's technically not an equal sign per se. It doesn't mean equality as much as it means assignment. So in Python and many programming languages, a single equal sign is the assignment operator. And what that means specifically is that you want to assign from right to left whatever the user's input is. So the equal sign copies from the right to the left whatever the return value of the function on the right is. So again, the input function clearly gets input from the user. That's why I was able to type my name or Carter's. But it also sort of behind the scenes hands that value, that return value, back to me, the programmer. And if I use an equal sign and a variable, no matter what I call it, I can store that input in that variable so as to reuse it later. So now sitting in the computer's memory somewhere is a container containing David, quote unquote, or Carter, quote unquote, or whatever the human has typed in. But here it's easy to make a mistake. Suppose I decide to try to print that name, and so I kind of, on a hunch, type in this, hello, comma, name, just kind of plugging in the name of the variable. Well, let me go ahead here and run Python of hello.py and hit enter. That's going to prompt me for my name, and let me type in my name, David, but I haven't hit enter yet. And perhaps via the chat, what's going to happen here when I now hit enter? I'm hoping
it's going to print out hello name without the actual name, but just the word itself, name, I guess so.
Hoping it says hello, David. I'd be okay.
I don't think so. He has to move the quotation mark.
Hello world, but I don't want it to say what it's actually going to say. And yep, what we're seeing in the chat is, well, it's probably going to say literally hello, comma, name. So that's not quite right. So we need another way of printing out the value inside of that variable. Let me try this as follows. Let me go ahead and maybe undo this.
Okay.
All right, let's try this.
I'm just gonna
to the name, to the print function, the variable called name. But notice, I'm being a little clever now. I'm not putting it in double quotes because we've seen already that double quotes means literally print out NAME. I'm getting rid of the quotes this time in hopes that now
in C#, I would have closed it like this, add a comma, no, wait, yes, I would add a comma here and then name. I think it also can, right?
The variable called name to the function called print, it will in fact go about printing the contents of that variable, that is its so-called value. All right, let's go ahead and do this here. Python of hello.py, enter. What's your name? David. And now, crossing my fingers still, I see hello, comma, David. All right. Hello,
okay, I'm just gonna skip for now to see.
Or even long. Let's set the stage for success moving forward.
So he didn't
Python and a lot of
do it like
programming
that.
languages.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, so you need this type of brackets. See, so this is different because in hold on, in C#, you would just be like hello and then add here name, right? So just like this, but apparently now you're using those brackets, so it's different.
Also support something called comments. Comments are notes to yourself in your code. And you include comments by way of a special symbol. In Python, it's going to be the hash symbol, typically. And that allows you to write the equivalent of a note to yourself, but in a way that's not going to break your code. The computer actually ignores your comments. It's just there for you. It's just there for your teacher. It's just there for your colleague with whom you're sharing ultimately that code. So if I go back to VS Code here, and I just want to add some comments to this program to explain to my teacher, to myself, to my colleagues what this program is doing, well, let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go at the very top of my program, and on line 1 now, I'm going to move that original line of code down a bit. I'm going to add a hash, and I'm going to say something like this, ask user for their name.
Now, we can go together. Oh my god, I never done that with someone. It's so funny.
Now, I don't have to use that language. I don't have to use that, that text. I could use any human language whatsoever. It doesn't have to be English. But I'm going to now, below that, just say something like this. Say hello to user. You'll notice that VS Code by default.
Yeah, so it's also different. The comment, the way you comment is also different. Because in C#, for example, you're using this or this, you know, so now it's just DS. Okay.
It's kind of graying out my comments. They're no longer blue. There's no red. There's no color in them. And that's just because they're notes to myself, and the computer ultimately is going to ignore them. But what we have now is 2 comments, ask user for their name, and then a second comment, say hello to user. And I've just kind of commented each chunk of code, like each line or lines plural of code that are doing something noteworthy. Why?
So let's take the notes. Here, starting comment, ask for inputs. 1 second, Mr. Helper. Also, your name makes sense. You're helping people. Name equals yes. Ask for input, and it's. I will just have this example. Okay, if you don't want to, no problem. I mean, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I want to have a bit more experience. You know what I mean? Maybe it's helpful to learn with someone. As I said, I've never tried it. So, yeah. Okay, I want to delete this one. I want to have more space in here. I will. Hey, what am I doing? I'm just taking notes. Oh, wait, not starting command, but okay, ask for input. You're creating headache. I'm creating headache for myself. So I shouldn't take notes. Okay, fine. I will just watch it. I will just watch it, understand it, and then practice it, okay?
having, slept for quite some time, forgotten what it is I did the previous day, it's convenient with comments to just see in English or your own human language what it is this program is doing, so that you don't have to read the code itself. And better yet, if there's maybe a mistake down the road, you can read what your intention was, and then you can look at the code and figure out if your code's now doing what you intended. So this isn't really necessary for a program this small. It's pretty obvious with just 1 or 2 or 3 lines what the program's doing. It's just as fast to read the code than the comments. But getting into this habit is generally a good thing, to comment your code every 1 or few lines so as to remind yourself and others what it is your intent and your code is doing. What's nice about comments, too, is this. Comments can also serve to be sort of a to-do list for yourself. There's this notion in programming of pseudocode. Pseudocode isn't a formal thing. It's not one specific language. It's just using English or your own human language to express your thoughts succinctly, methodically, algorithmically, so to speak. But pseudocode, therefore, because it's not Python and it's not necessarily English, it just kind of allows you to outline your program even in advance. So for instance, if I wasn't sure today how I wanted to go about writing this program, but I did know what I want to do, I could have started today by just writing this in hello.py. No code. I could have written just a couple of comments to myself. Step 1, ask user for their name. Step 2, say hello to user. Then, once I've outlined my program in pseudocode, then I can go in there and say, all right, how do I ask the user for their name? Well, I can do input, quote unquote, what's your name, question mark. And then on the left here, I can maybe put a variable and assign it to that. OK, how do I say hello to the user? Well, I know I can use print to say things on the screen. Let me say hello, comma. And let me now print the person's name. So again, pseudocode is a nice way of structuring your to-do list, especially if you have no idea how to write the code, because it breaks a bigger program down into small, bite-sized tasks. All right, let me pause here to see if there are now any questions on comments, pseudocode.
Right now, you're doing this, you're remembering it, not coding with your instructor, code with him. Otherwise, you will gonna end up learning. Carl, please stop doing that. I mean, Big Smoke. What do you mean exactly? Right now, you're doing this, you're remembering it, no, not coding with your instructor. Yeah, just leave. Hold on, I'm just gonna remove the comment. Carl. Or disabling someone else. I removed it, I think, or I hope. You're not learning it, you're remembering it, not coding. Yeah, but it helps. It helps, sometimes. Because add proper, that is very essential in Python. Hold on. Because here we have this. I will try to go here and make the exercises because this is what he did, right? So while he's doing it, I will probably return here and go further with the exercises as well. And what's that? Oh. Malicious text, basically. Okay. Each string character can be referenced by a numerical index. The index count starts at 0. So the first character... Oh, this is already kind of advanced for what he's doing.
Let's see. Or variables. Any questions we can clear up here?
Yeah, my question is, does the function input work for any type of information or only for words?
Yeah, really good question. So according to its documentation, and we'll look more at formal documentation soon, input is going to expect what's called a string. That is a sequence of text, be it in English or any other human language, but it's indeed going to be expecting text with which to prompt the user. A good question. How about another question from the group, if we could?
I wanted to ask how I make several line comment.
Oh, how do you do many lines of comments, if I'm hearing you correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. You would just keep doing them like this. You just prefix each of the lines with a hash symbol, like I'm doing here. There is another technique for doing multi-line comments in Python that actually tend to have special meaning. You can do 3 double quotes like this, and then
keep things organized and clean.
anything in between here is a comment. That's another technique, or you can use single quotes as well.
See, this is something new. This is something completely new.
More on those,
for me.
I think, another time. All right, well, if you don't mind, let me forge ahead here and see how we might improve this program further, and also introduce a few other features that we might want to take into account over time. So it turns out that we can certainly improve on this program, because it's a little disappointing that I'm cutting this corner and saying hello, comma, and then on a new line, printing out name. Like, we can do better. And most programs you use on your phone or your laptop certainly keep text together when people want. So how can we go about doing that? Well, there's a few different ways. And in fact, the goal here is not so much to solve this one problem, but to demonstrate and emphasize that in programming, Python and other languages, there's so many ways sometimes to solve the same problem. And here's one way to solve this problem. Let me go in here, and let me go ahead now and say hello, comma, and let me just add to the end of that the user's name. So I'm using plus in kind of an interesting way. This is not addition per se. I'm not adding numbers, obviously. But I do kind of want to add.
Hold on, Lua? I've never heard of that. I swear I've never heard of it. Print hello. So name. Yes.
Add the person.
Oh, okay. So it's with a plus. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Name to the string of text hello, comma. Well, let me go now down to my terminal window and run Python of hello.py again. Enter. What's your name? I'm going to type in David. Enter. OK, it's better. It's better, but there's a minor bug, albeit aesthetic here. There's missing space, but let's just use some intuition here. Well, if I'm missing the space after the comma, why don't I go ahead and just...
Hold on, I missed the comments. Bro, there is an extension to use brackets in Py. Hex is my favorite programming language. I've never heard of it, I swear to God. Where am I living? Damn.
Add it manually here. Let me now rerun the program, Python of hello.py, enter, David, enter, and there we go. Now we have something that looks a little prettier in terms of English grammar, hello, comma, space, David. And now if we rewind, you might have noticed before or wondered why I had this seemingly extra space after my question mark, namely here. There's a space after the question mark before the double quote, and that was just for aesthetics too. I wanted to move
we know why.
Immediately next. It turns out that some functions, print among them, actually take multiple arguments. And it turns out that if you separate the inputs to a function, the so-called arguments to a function, with a comma, you can pass in not just 1, but 2, 3, 4, 5, onward. So let me go ahead and pass in not just hello, comma, space, but that followed by name. And this is a little confusing potentially at first glance, because now I've got 2 commas, but it's important to note that the first comma is inside of my quotation marks, which is simply an English grammatical thing. The second comma here is outside of the quotes, but between what are now 2 separate arguments to print. The first argument is hello, comma, space. The second argument is the name variable itself. So let's see how this looks. Python of hello.py, enter. What's your name? David, enter. OK, I've kind of overcorrected. Now I've got 2 spaces for some reason. Well, it turns out, and this is subtle, when you pass multiple arguments to print, it automatically inserts a space for you. This was not relevant.
Blaster, I don't know if you still have Big Smoke blocked, like if you blocked his account, but he asked you how many languages do you know? So this is a question for Blaster from Big Smoke.
Earlier, because I was passing in 1 big argument to print all at once by using that plus operator. This time I'm passing in 2 because of the comma. So if I don't want that extra space, I don't need to pass in 1 myself. I can just do this. And now notice if I run this program again, Python of hello.py, type in my name, David. Now it looks grammatically like I might want. Now, which of these approaches is better? This approach uses a function print with 2 arguments, hello, comma, and the name variable. The previous version, recall, technically used one argument, even though it looked a little curious. It's one argument in the sense that the computer, just like mathematicians, are going to do what's inside of parentheses first. So if inside of parentheses you have this string of text, hello, comma, and a space, which I need to add back, then you have a plus, which means not addition per se, but concatenation, to join the thing on the left and the thing on the right. This ultimately becomes the English phrase, hello, comma, space, David. And then what's being passed ultimately to the function is technically something like this. But it's doing it all dynamically. It's not me typing in David as I discretely did earlier. It's figuring out dynamically what that value is after concatenating hello with the value of name, and then passing that ultimately to print as the...
One suggestion, learn one concept, then code it yourself. You will notice, oh boy, I forgot how to take input, rewind the video, then code again. Oh boy, why am I getting this error? That's the way. Yes, okay, so maybe I should open Visual Studio Code myself. I don't have it here anymore. What? Thank you, Mr. Helper, for being here. By the way, where are you from? If it's okay for you to say. If not, that's not a problem. I'm just curious where you guys are from. For example, I have a lot of people from India. Open file location. I wanted to have the shortcut back on my screen so it's easier from now on. Wait. Oops. 1 second. Yes, show us. Okay. So file, open folder. Show us what have you learned so far? Oh, Big Smoke, I know Lua, C#, and the Python. Now, Hex language currently, India. Use Python. No cheating. Damn. Sir Focus. You guys are so funny. Should I say... Okay, I would say only Python. Show us what you have learned so far. Okay, fine. Wait a sec. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I can because it's under the property of my university. So, you know about copyright and stuff. What should I say? Okay. Yes, I trust the author. Okay. Python, new file. Let's go. So it was hello.py. So like this, okay? What do they say? Python, recommend a Python extension. Okay, fine. It's downloading. Forgot the song. Question, Indian. Oh, everyone is from India. That's nice. It's still installing. Anyways, never mind. So it was write a program to take an input from user, then print it. Okay, you're giving me exercises, Mr. Helper already. So it was like this: name, input. What's your name? What's your... I can't type anymore. Then a space. Oh. Wait, this is the extension, right? Okay. And then next one. So, hold on. First comment. Also, I'm curious if I can comment like this and I can comment in between. But if I... Oh, it's still a comment. Ah, okay, cool. But what if... No, it's still the same thing. If no. Okay, so it's the whole line. Okay. And you were right. It was like this, and then something here, and then like... This one should be a comment, right? So 34, wait a second. Wait a second, because previously 2410. I'm just gonna comment for myself from now on. Okay. So where are the comments? See? Now you are thinking, yes, you were right. You know what's really funny? I asked this question 10 hours ago when I was looking at it. What do you think is the best method? Should I look at all the material and try to understand it, and then after I finish it actually start writing the code, or should I write the lines of code in parallel with the video? I asked this question, but I haven't got an answer. But I mean, I did now, so I'm gonna delete it. Fun fact, you can use C# without class or traditional. Hold on. Because the search, you can learn Python faster. No, but I like this guy, I really do. Comments or something. So, okay, this is a comment, but the other way was with 3, not 2. Big Smoke is distraction. No command on blue. Other, wait a sec. 3. So wait, 3, right? So now this is a comment, right? Where is the terminal? New terminal. So this is a comment, right? Wait, actually, you know what? I'm gonna ask right here. Favorite inspiration. Is this a comment in your comment? That's it. So 3. So it is a comment. You know what, I was not sure because okay, so it is because it has purple, what am I saying, orange color. See, so it's exactly like this, because I thought it should be green as well. What if I say Control-C or something? Is that the shortcut for comment? Control-C? No. What is the shortcut for a comment? Control-C, VS Code, Control-Shift-P, Control-Shift, I don't think it's that one. Win plus R. No. Control-C, Control-V, Control-C. Shift-P, mention VS Code. For VS Code. Control-Shift. I've tried it. That's exactly, so Control-Shift-P, and then I get this one instead of comment, which is weird, I think, right? Control-0. Wait, I think at some point... Oh no, I deleted it. Damn. Otherwise, how does ChatGPT know which program you're using? Smart enough. My bad, sorry. I just want the shortcut used in VS Code for Python, keeping in mind that I want to comment multiple lines at once using that keyboard shortcut, let's say. Ah, okay, got it, I think. So, got it. you can still see. So if I comment multiple lines of code, just like this, and then I select them, and then I say control, go ahead, code the remaining code. So it works. Okay, this is actually good to know. I will write it down. Not ask for input, but comment shortcut. Control plus. Nice. I don't like this. I'll probably use computer everywhere. I don't even know. Ask for input. No, just computer. Yeah. Okay. Save. Nice. So at least now we know. So this was for the comments and the oops, no Python interpreter. Select. What do you mean? What should I select? Problems. No, I'm gonna delete this one. Oh, okay. Nice. This is a comment. You know, paragraph or something so that we know. Okay. And then it was print and hello, comma, space, plus, right? Name. Save. And here in the console it's supposed to type, I'm going back to 505. Just use terminal by typing Python 3. Thank you, at the right time. Python 3, enter. Oh, no. Wait, so Python 3, ooh. Python 3 and then, or maybe the $sign. What if I say the dollar just the way he has it? So where is the $sign on my keyboard? Damn. $sign then Python. I'm gonna delete this one. I can't delete it? What? Weird. So then this, but not Python 3. Only Python. Python. And file name. Hello.py, like this. Python was not found. Huh? Is it supposed to be like this? What if I put the $sign here again? I'm just curious if it works like that. If not, right. Oh. Python 3 without the $sign. Wait a second. I'll try my best. Google replete and sign up there. You should have Python installed first and start code there. Okay, then wait a sec. So you won't see my email address or something. So you said Google replete? I don't know what's this. Start building. Is this an extension from Google or something? Continue with Google. We'll go with this one. Continue. My eyes hurt already. Why so fast? I mean, nothing. For how long are we live streaming? An hour. Okay. First name for personal use. beginner, whatever, first name, last name, yeah, I would say just the non-conformist or something. Conformist. Because now you have to tell how to add Python path as well. So I have this one here. What is this thing exactly? Google Replete. Run code live in our browser, write and run. Ah, okay. Why are you making it complicated? You should have Python installed first. Know what I'm doing. I'm trying to do multiple things at once, but it's fine. But here previously you said something, just Google Replete, sign up there, create Python 3 file, start the code. But why not using Visual Studio? I feel like Visual Studio is better. Isn't it? I wanted to see something. Python 3. That's why. Run without arguments to start from Microsoft. Disable this shortcut from settings. Manage app execution. Disable this shortcut from settings. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm curious if I'm able to find it. Manage app. Manage app execution. I found it. And now, wait, it says, or disable this shortcut. And this shortcut is for automatically archive your infrequently used apps to save storage internet. So if you save the app, install automatically as to path. If I just turn this off, because you didn't install Python on your system, and installing will be little difficult. Let's try like that, because I disabled that option. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this time it will work out. Still no? Oh, come on, I disabled it previously. Manage app. Manage app execution. See, told you. Choose app execution. Apps can clear name is to run. What if I disable? That's why I asked her to sign up. Oh, it's fine, no worries, guys. You're worrying too much. I'm chill. I'm in my holiday, you know. I want to learn Python as a fun thing and then see if it becomes more serious. Did you download? No, not exactly what. Should I download? Oh, wait, I saw Python there. Damn. I closed it by accident. Manage app. Manage app. Manage app. I saw here Python. What if I turn this off? Windows MS. What about now? Third time in a row? Still? Script, let's check the spelling name. I'm just gonna try multiple things at once. So many errors. Ma'am, just download from Microsoft Store. 1 second then. So they said Python was not found, run without arguments to install from the Microsoft Store. So from the Microsoft Store, I just have to search Python. Oh, there is no way. Trust me, you are just wasting your time. Trust me, go for replete. No, come on. But like in the industry, when they work, aren't they using Visual Studio? Because I feel like everyone works in Visual Studio. Thank me later. Maybe I'll choose this one. Okay. That's why she wants to use VS Code. But guys, in the industry, because this is my main curiosity. I work in PyCharm. Oh, you have a job, right? I thought you were a student or something. Oh. What's the difference? So it's Django. Yeah, I've heard about Django and SQL. I saw SQL everywhere, for real. There are millions of programs to write in Python. And which one do you think is the best one? Best one in terms of professionals, let's say. Can you learn to use all of it? That's the thing that we have to see. In the industry, which program is the most useful? Python. I'm just curious. Visual Studio Code, #1, apparently. With the extension. But we downloaded the extension, right? We did this one. Install, switch to pre-release, auto-update, Visual Studio Code extension. It should work with the extension. Setup. So hold on, select your Python interpreter by clicking. Configure the debugger, create a launch. I feel like I just jumped over those steps. How can I close that? Oops. My bad. Install. Oh, and second one is exactly yours. Okay, cool. Spider Anaconda, we saw that. Yeah, I had this one at some point. I think I worked. Your goal should be to learn Python, not on how to work on VS Code, Spring Code, PyCharm, Python ID, etc. I think both. That's why I asked you to go. Maybe. Yeah, maybe I will do it like that. But still, I don't know anything here. I just have to paste the code. You know what? I used to... Where is it? This one. I'm curious. Jade convert, no. Console, no. Output, no. File, add library. Online console. Maybe I'll fix it after the live stream. I'll fix it after the live stream, and when I will go live streaming again, I will have it already installed or something. So, what's your name? David. Okay, so that works. Can I? Perfect. Now it's way better. So it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I just have to figure out how to install it. And no worries, I'll do it. Even though... Oh, that's a video. Okay. My bad. Well, I will just save it. Oh, what if now it's gonna work out? Because I selected the interpreter. Wait. Question 2, write a program to take an input from a user, then add two numbers. Okay, wait a second. I think I figured it out. I'm just curious if I did. Can I not kill, like clear console or something? Clear terminal. What? Is your professional tutor? Yeah, I see. Check if you can. I'll check, 1 sec. Because now I feel like it's installed from the store, and maybe it's gonna work out. Oh, come on. Hello, dot. Still, what's the mistake? Not gonna work? But why? Because now I have it here. See? I'm just thinking. That's so sad. Okay, I will fix it later. No worries. I'll just have it here. So you said... I'm just gonna erase everything. Probably I already forgot. Which one is... This one is erasing. Okay. So your question was, write a program to take input from a user, then add 2 numbers. So again, number, it will be like, then add 2 numbers. It will be like input, add, or your numbers are, I don't know. Your numbers are, and then like this, and after. But wait, is it okay? Because now these are integers, these are not strings. Let's just see if it works out. Let's see what's gonna happen. No, create an array of games. What do you mean? So here I will say type to numbers. Yeah. No. I don't think it's gonna work out. So number 1 plus number 2. What if I try it like this? I'm curious if it's gonna work out. God knows. No. Oh, I forgot here. These 2 things. Still a problem. Okay, maybe not. You said no use plus to add, you have to take 2 inputs. Yeah, what am I doing? Type your first number. 2 variables. So this is number 1. Number 2. Second, and then your numbers are Oh, wait. I have to take 2 inputs to time. Yeah. But wait, your numbers are... I think it's supposed to be like this. Wait. Thank you. I told you it's not like I don't know anything about it, but still. Okay. What if here inside I type just this comma? Very nice. Thank you very much. You're so supportive. I really appreciate it. Okay. I think like this, so it looks better. 3 and 7. You know what I wanted to do? I know I closed VS Code, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna paste them here so I have everything saved, you know? Oh my god, this looks so depressing. Just kill terminal. Yeah. Hello Pi. Let's just go with numbers input or something. Numbers input dot Pi, so that I have them here, you know? Yes. What is your age? If you want to tell us, check if you have really added two numbers. I did. What do you mean? You mean these are strings or wrong code? Yeah, but hold on, because here he only talked about strings. So maybe we can go back to his things and then we will jump again into our code. Okay, probably put it here. Okay.
Let me pause here to see if there's any questions
Chill
on
now.
numbers of arguments now.
Here, add 2 plus 3. What is the output? What do you mean? You are just printing number 1 and number 2, nothing else. Yeah. Oh, you mean like adding an actual number? My bad. 2, 3, and then print your numbers are. Run the code. Wait, save? No! Run code and see what's the output. I don't understand anything anymore. I'm just so tired already. But I said programming is exhausting for my brain. Okay. No dear. I just have to watch the video again. Let me just chill.
To functions.
Roll back to the last code. Which one? This one? I used to be. The skills are gone.
Many times to solve a certain problem which we can encounter many times in our code.
You can use a function many different times to solve some problem. What we'll soon see, though, is if you find yourself as the programmer solving a problem the same way again and again and again, it turns out you'll be able to make your own function so that you don't have to keep reusing the basic ones that come with the language.
I was curious about the.
Why now? Because I did. I mean, I got it. You mean that these are two strings and not really integers? So, yeah.
The comma and the plus sign. So after plus sign, can we give just one variable, and after comma, can we give multiple variables? Like, what is the difference?
A good question. So in the context of strings, and I keep using that term, string is a technical term in a programming language, and again, it means a sequence of text, a character, a word, a whole paragraph even. So the plus operator is not just used, as we'll see, for addition of numbers in Python like we do on paper pencil, but it also is used for concatenation of strings on the left and the right. If you did want to combine not just two strings, left and right, but a third and a fourth, you can absolutely keep using plus, 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 and chain them together, just like in math. Eventually, that's going to start to look a little ugly, I dare say, especially if your line of code gets long. So there's better ways that we'll actually soon see. And a good question as well. Well, let me come back to the code here in question and see if we can show you just a couple of other ways to solve the same problem, along the way emphasizing that what we're technically talking about here, yes, are strings, but there's even a technical term for these strings. In Python, it's just str, so to speak, str for short for string. As you may know, if you programmed in other languages, people who invent programming languages like to be very succinct, to the point, so we tend to use fairly short phrases to describe things, not necessarily full words. So while you might say string, technically in Python what we're really talking about, these sequences of text, are technically strs. This is an actual type of data in a program. But we'll soon see that there's other types of data in programs as well. In fact, let's see if we can't improve this in one other way. I like the progress we've made by keeping everything on the same line. Hello, comma, David. All on the same line. What more, though, could we do in terms of solving this problem? Well, it turns out that we didn't have to give up entirely with using print twice. Let me rewind a little bit and go back to that earlier version where I wasn't really sure how to solve this problem, so I was using print once to print out name. There's another way to fix it. Line around, I can find my way to more specific and easily the most cryptic thing from that same URL, which is this. And this is easily the most cryptic thing we've seen yet. But this is the official documentation for the print function. And one of the best things you can do when learning a programming language is honestly learn to read the documentation, because truly all of the answers to your questions will in some way be there, even though admittedly it's not always obvious. And I will say too, Python's documentation isn't necessarily the easiest thing, especially for a first-time or a novice programmer. It too just takes practice, so try not to get overwhelmed if you're not sure what you're looking at. But let me walk you through this example. This, again, is a line of text from Python's official documentation for the print function. What this indicates as follows is this. The name of this function is, of course, print. Then there's a parenthesis over here and another closed parenthesis way over there. Everything inside of those parentheses are the arguments, the potential arguments to the function. However, when we're looking at these arguments in the documentation like this, there's technically a different term that we would use. These are technically the parameters to the function. So when you're talking about what you can pass to a function and what those inputs are called, those are parameters. When you actually use the function and pass in values inside of those parentheses, those inputs, those values, are arguments. So we're talking about the exact same thing. Parameters and arguments are effectively the same thing, but they're terms you use from looking at the problem from different directions, when we're looking at what the function can take versus what you're actually passing into the function. So what does this imply? Well, this syntax is pretty cryptic. But at the moment, just know that an asterisk, a star, and then the word objects means that the print function can take any number of objects. You can pass in 0 strings of text, 1 string like I did, 2 strings like I did, or technically infinitely many if you really want, though that code's not going to look very good. After that, we see a comma. Then we see another parameter here called sep, short for separator in English. And notice the equal sign and the single quote, space, single quote. So quote unquote space. I don't know what that is yet, but I think we've seen a hint about it. Let's focus, though, for a moment on this. The print function takes another parameter called end, and the default value of that parameter is apparently, based on this equal sign and these quotes, \n. And what is \n, if you'd like to chime in the chat? Anyone who's programmed before has probably seen this, though if you've never programmed before, this might look quite cryptic. \n means new line. And it's a way textually of indicating if and when you want the computer effectively to move the cursor to the next line, create a new line of text. And so technically, if we read into the documentation, we'll see more detail on this. The fact that there's a parameter called end in the documentation for the print function just means that by default, this print function is going to end every line with \n. You don't literally see \n. You see a new line. You see the cursor moving to the next line. Now, by that logic, let's move backwards. Sep for separator. The default value of separator is apparently a single blank space. Well, where have we seen that? Well, recall in an earlier example when I passed in not just one, but 2 arguments to the print function, recall that they magically had a space between them. In fact, they had that space plus my own space, and that's why I deleted my space, because at that point it was extra. So this just means that when you pass multiple arguments to print, by default they're going to be separated by a single space. By default, when you pass arguments to print, the whole thing is going to be ended with a new line. Now, just by knowing this, and let me literally wave my hand at the rest of the documentation for another day. There's more things that print can do, but we're going to focus just on sep and on end. Let's see if we can't leverage this now to solve that original problem. The original problem was this. I don't like how hello, comma, David is on 2 different lines. Well, that's happening again because print is automatically printing out a new line. So let's tell it not to do that. Let's tell it by passing a second argument to the first use of print to say end equals quote unquote, not \n, which is the default automatically. Let's make it quote unquote nothing else. Let's override the default value so there is no new line. There's literally nothing there. And let's see what happens. Let me now go down to my terminal window and clear it. And I'm going to run Python of hello.py enter. I'm going to type in my name, David. And I think now everything's going to stay on the same line because, and it did, this line here, 5, is going to print out hello, comma, space, but then nothing at the end of it because I changed it to be quote unquote. The second line is going to print the name, David, or whatever the human's name is, and it will move the cursor to the next line because I didn't override the value of end there. Just to see this more explicitly, if you do something cryptic like, well, I have no idea what's going on. Let me just put in temporarily 3 question marks here. We'll see the results of this too. Let me go back down to my terminal window, run Python of hello.py, what's your name, David, and now you see literally really ugly output, but you see literally what's going on. Hello, comma, space, then 3 question marks, end that print statement, and then you see DAVID. So not a good outcome, but it demonstrates just how much control we have here too. And let me rewind further. Recall that in our other version of this, when I passed in hello, comma, and name, they were separated by a single space. So Python of hello.py, DAVID, enter. That just worked. Well, what if we override the value of sep for separator? Instead of being 1 space, we could say something like question mark, question mark, question mark, just to wrap our minds around what's going on there. Let me now do Python of hello.py, DAVID, enter, and you see 2. These 2 inputs, hello, comma, and the name, are now separated in an ugly way by 3 question marks because I've overridden the default behavior of sep. And even though the documentation uses...
Okay, let me just try this thing. Yes, yes, yes. Wait a sec, maybe instead of this. Oh. What did you say? Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll just paste it here so we have it.
Single quotes. I've been in the habit of using double quotes. In Python, you can use either. Strictly speaking, it doesn't matter, but you should be consistent. And I generally always use double quotes. Python's documentation, though, always uses single quotes. Questions now on these types of parameters. And allow me to propose that we give these an official name. Up until now, when we've been passing values to print, those are called positional parameters. Positional in the sense that the first thing you pass to print gets printed first. The second thing you pass to print after a comma gets printed second, and so forth. But there's also these things we've now seen called named parameters, named SEP, separator, or end, END, for the line ending. Those are named parameters because, one, they're optional, and you can pass them in at the end of your print statement, but you can also use them by name.
This may be a weird question, but I was wondering, what if someone wants to like add actually quotation marks within the quotation marks?
Yeah, I like how you think. This is what we would call a corner case, right? Just when we've made, right? This is all sounding great, at least as programming goes. But wait a minute, what if you want to print a quote? That's a really good question. Well, let's see if we can't figure this out. Suppose that I want to print out not just the user's name. Let me simplify this further. Let me go ahead and get rid of a lot of this. And let me just say something like, hello. Maybe I'm being a little sarcastic here. Hello, friend. You know, in that kind of tone. Well, this is not going to work, actually, because you are trying to use quotes to be like friend in finger quotes, but you're also trying to end the sentence. And if I try running this, let's do this. Python if hello.py, you'll see that this is just invalid syntax. Perhaps you forgot a comma. And this is actually a bit annoying. Sometimes the error messages you see are misleading. Like the computer, the language doesn't really know what's going on, so it gives its best guess, but it's not necessarily correct. But I can solve this problem in a couple of ways. I can do this. I can change my outermost quotes to single quotes, because recall a moment ago I said you could use double quotes or single quotes so long as you're consistent. So that's fine. If you use single quotes on the outside, you can then use double quotes on the inside, and you'll see them literally. So for instance, if I run python if hello.py, there we go. Hello, friend. But there's another way. If you insist on using double quotes, as you might want to, just to be consistent, you can also use that backslash character again. We saw the backslash n a moment ago, and that meant we don't want a literal n to be in the output. We wanted a new line. So the backslash actually represents what's called an escape character. An escape character is one that you can't just type necessarily once on your keyboard. You need to express it with multiple characters. So I can actually put backslashes in front of these inner double quotes so that the computer realizes, oh, wait a minute, those aren't quotes that finish or start the thought. They're literal quotes. So now let me go back to my terminal window, run python of hello.py, enter, and now it's working as well. So
I'll just leave that one. Oh, hey, how are you? Hello, Mercury. I'm doing great. I have to mention that I'm kind of tired right now, but I'm still trying my best to finish this, you know. I'm trying to learn Python, considering that I forgot everything about C#, C++, whatever. I feel like I didn't do anything, which is a bit sad because I had to learn them from the university, I told you, but now I feel like I don't know anything. So wait, he should work. Okay. Example for multiple. Yeah. I'll just put it here.
So escaping is a general technique that allows us to do that too.
Well, don't worry, Python is very easy compared to them. Another good YouTuber who is also good at teaching Python is BroCode. And a lot of people told me about BroCode. I feel like I have to check him. Yeah, maybe. I just started this course. I know he yaps a lot, but honestly, it's pretty useful considering that I feel like I forgot a lot of things. And yeah, this is the one that you guys recommended me previously. That's nice.
And if I may, let me rewind now on these examples and go back to where we left off with my code. I'm just undoing all of that because I want to get back to the point ultimately of specifying now a final way of solving this problem. Well, it turns out that we have yet another way we can solve this problem, which is perhaps the most frequently done now, or at least the most elegant when it comes to setting us up for longer and longer uses of strings. You can use a relatively new feature of Python that allows you to do this. You can literally put not the name of the variable like that in your string, because we already saw this is wrong, right? If you do this, you will literally see hello, comma, name. But what if I do this? What if I put curly braces or curly brackets around the variable's name? Notice VS Code is actually very subtly changing the color of it. So VS Code knows something interesting is going on here. Let me run this program, but I'm not done yet. Python of hello.py, enter. David, enter. OK, obviously not what I want. But I need to tell Python that this is a special string. This is what we're going to call a format string or an F string, a relatively new feature of Python in the past few years that tells Python to actually format stuff in the string in a special way. And the symbol via which you do this is a little weird, but this is what the world chose. If you put a F at the beginning of the string, right before the first quote mark, that's a clue to Python that, ooh, this is a special string. Let me format this in a special way for you. Let me now rerun the program. Python hello.py, enter. David, enter. And now we see the goal this whole time.
Okay, this is pretty cool. Okay, so hold on. I will say here multiple in one, and then I'll just go with printf. So it was again hello, hello, and then these two name, and then where did he? It's interesting because he can close it now here. That's cool. Just one. Only one, please. Okay. It should work. Let's just try it out. So it works. Now I will just say, oops. I'll just say here, example for a, yes, he's very good, straight to the point, and not only teaches the basic, but also the fundamentals of Python, like polymorphism and files. His video is very short and straight to the point. Okay, thank you very much for letting me know. Example for a special, wait, he called it somehow special function or something.
Hello, let me format this arc. At the you do this is a little weird, but this is what the world chose. If you put a F at the beginning of the string, right before the first quote mark, that's a clue to Python that, ooh, this is a special string. Let me format.
Special string. Okay. Formats it or something. Okay, so copy, paste it here so we have it. Let's go back.
This in a special way for you. Let me now rerun the program. Python hello.py, enter. David, enter. And now we see the goal this whole be like the same problem. What are all these magical start with this way? Because I think if we did this the first way, you'd be like, why are we doing this? What are all these magical symbols? But this is just yet another way to solve the same problem. But let me propose that we consider now yet other things we can do with strings. And it turns out
maybe I can also say like, what's your name? This is also an example example of a word in between. Also, so this, I will name this one method 1 or something. Method 1. Or example. I think it's better to have like example 1, example 2, so that we know it's kind of the same thing written differently. Okay. Too many spaces, I think. I'll probably go like this. Okay. Easier to see. Nope.
Out that even as we've been doing some relatively simple operations here, we've generally been trusting that the user is going to cooperate. And that is to say that they're going to actually type in what we want them to type. Now, just because they type a string, though, doesn't mean it's going to look the way we want. You and I, honestly, as humans, are actually in the habit on websites and apps of like accidentally hitting the space bar a lot, either at the beginning of our input or at the end. Maybe because the space bar tends to be so big, it's pretty common to get accidental spaces before or after some user's input. You and I are definitely in the habit of not necessarily capitalizing words like we should. If we're sending text messages, we're probably being a little quick and just sending everything in lowercase, for instance, if that's your style, if your phone's not fixing it for you. Maybe in a formal letter, you would capitalize things properly. But you and I, as humans, we can't really be trusted to type things in a nice way necessarily when using some piece of software, be it an app or a website or something else. But it turns out that strings themselves come with a lot of built-in functionality. And you can see all of that in Python's own documentation here. The string data type that we've been talking about comes with a lot of functionality built in that means that we can manipulate the user's input to do more than just join it with something else, like hello. We can actually clean it up or reformat it in a way that hopefully looks a little better for us. So let me go back to my code here, and let me just demonstrate what might happen if a user doesn't cooperate. If I go ahead here and run Python of hello.py, enter, let me just sloppily hit the space bar a few too many times. Why? I just wasn't paying attention. And now I'm going to type in my name, David, and I don't know, I hit the space bar a couple more times. Like, it's kind of a mess. It's all lowercase. That's not going to necessarily look grammatically right. It's got spaces here and here. The program is going to print exactly that. And that looks really bad, at least if we're prioritizing aesthetics and grammar. Like, why are there so many spaces after the comma? This is not.
Let me see if I'm still here. Ooh. How did that happen? I don't know.
A very nice way to greet your users. But we can clean this up. It turns out that built into strings, which again is this data type, so to speak, this type of data in Python, is the ability to actually do things to that string. So let me do this. I can actually go ahead and do something like this. Name equals name.strip. And what does this do? Remove white space from string.
You know what I realized? I forgot to comment that here. So here we have ask user for input. White space.
And what do I mean by this? Well, on the right-hand side, notice I've written the variable name called name. I've then used a period or a dot, and then I seem to be doing what's a function, right? Anytime we've seen a function.
Oh, wait. I said this, but it's not supposed to be here. My bad. So just go here. Example 4, then the line of code, and then workspace from string. I'll just say here print, and let's see what is it.
Function thus far, we see it's the function's name, print or input, then we see a parenthesis, then another parenthesis, and that's exactly what I see here. But I'm using this function a little differently. Technically, this function is, in this context, called a method. And what do I mean by that? Well, if name is a string, aka stir, well, it turns out, according to the documentation, there's a lot of functions that come with strings in Python. And you can access that functionality by using the name of a string, like literally name here, then a period, then the name of the function, and then an open parenthesis and a close parenthesis. Maybe some arguments inside of those parentheses, but in this case, it doesn't need any arguments. I just want to strip the space from the left and the space from the right of the user's input. But that's not enough. I want to remember that I've stripped off that white space on the left and the right, so I'm going to use the equal sign again here. And notice that just as before, this doesn't mean equality. This means assignment from right to left. So when this line of code here, name.strip, returns to me, aka a return value, it will return the same thing that the user typed in, but with no more white space to the left or to the right. So then the equal sign assignment is going to copy that value from the right to the left, thereby updating the value inside of my name variable. So you can not only assign values to variables, you can absolutely change the value of variables by just using the assignment operator, the equal sign, again and again and again. And it will just keep copying from right to left whatever the new value should be. So now, if I rerun this program, Python of hello.py, enter, I have David, oh, let's do it again. Space, 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 David in all lowercase, space, space, enter. It's better. It hasn't fixed my capitalization, so I'm still being a little sloppy with the first D, but it has stripped off.
I understand. So it's name equal. Name name's true. I don't know why they're using capital letter, but I will also do it like this. Should I? Oh, it's fine. It's easier for me to see. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Now I'm just gonna copy paste it here. And
All of that.
Once we watched 1 hour, we will take a break watching another video, program related, but still less
Extra space.
brain
Super
consuming.
minor detail, right? Like this isn't all that exciting, but it just speaks to the power of what you can do with just a single line of code. Now, what else can I do here? Well, I could capitalize the user's input. Let me go ahead and try this. It turns out that I could also do this, name.capitalize. So let me go ahead and capitalize user's name. And again, I'm making comments, and there's no one right way to write the comments. I'm just using some short English phrases here to remind myself of what I'm doing. What's now going on here? Well, let me go ahead and run Python of hello.py, enter, space, 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 David, space, space, enter. OK, now it's looking prettier, right? No matter how the user typed in their name, even a little sloppily, I'm now fixing that. But let's try something. I'm getting a little curious here. How about this? Space, 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 David, space, Malin. I'll use my last name now. Enter. OK, so ironically, capitalize is not really capitalizing everything we want. It's clearly capitalizing what? Just the very first letter. So it turns out that, again, there's other functions in Python. Just
Wait a sec. Wait a sec. I pasted tab and it has, okay. Let's see now. Why not? Okay. Let me try again. I'm curious if I so wait, let's copy everything. I'm gonna paste it now here, but so he only has that, and you erase this one. I'm curious if that affects what I wrote previously in a way. So should capitalize, and then this one is after, or I don't think it really matters. Shouldn't be a reason. Oh, it works now. That's weird. Was it because of the order? Well, I don't know, but we have everything in here, so at least that.
It's the very first letter. So it turns out that, again, there's other functions in Python that come with strings. And if we poke around the documentation, scrolling through a URL like that, I bet we'll find another solution, one of which is actually this. Let's actually change this to title. There's yet another function that come with strings called title that do title-based capitalization, just like a book or a person's name, capitalizing the first letter of each word. And this is just going to do a little more work for us. So let's go ahead and run this. And as an aside, I'm kind of tired now at this point of typing Python, Python, Python all the time. It turns out that when using a command line interface like this, you can actually go back through all of your old commands. What I just did a moment ago was I hit the up arrow. That immediately goes back through my history of all of the commands I've ever typed. So this is just a faster way now for me to repeat myself than typing everything manually. Let me go ahead and hit enter. Space, 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 Devyzed, Malin, space, space, all lowercase, enter. Now it's looking better. Now I've capitalized things and cleaned things up. But what about my code? I've got like 8 lines of code now.
Okay, so that's like user's first name. And then using this thing, I'm going to copy, paste it. Wait, should copy this one. Paste it here. Here we just say first name and then we say full name. So hold on. Full name and its title. Okay.
Four of which are comments, 4 of which are actual code. Do I really need this much? Well, not necessarily. Watch what I can also do in Python. Let me not bother capitalizing the user's name separately. Let me say this, and capitalize user's name. I can chain these functions together. I can add title to the end of this.
Oh,
and
okay. So name strip. I'm just gonna copy paste it because I don't want to change that one, and then add that title in parentheses, and instead of that, and capitalize. Yeah. User's name. Okay.
Now what's happening? Well, again, with a line of code like this, you first focus on what's to the right of the equal sign. Then we'll get to the left of the equal sign. What's on the right of the equal sign? This line here. Well, what does this mean? Get the value of the name variable, like Devyzed space MALAN, Then strip off the white space on the left and the right. That is going to return a value. It's going to return David space MALAN without any white space to the left or right. What do you want to do with that return value? You want Python to title case it. That is, go through every word in that resulting string and fix the first letter of the first word, the first letter of the second word, and so forth. And then, now we can finish our thought, copy the whole thing from right to left into that same name variable. And you know what? I can take this even one step further. Why don't we go ahead and do this if we want? Let me get rid of all of that, and let me just do strip and title all on that first line. And now we've gone from like 8 lines of code to 4. It's a lot tighter. It's a lot neater. And even though reasonable people might disagree, it's arguably better because it's just easier to read. Fewer lines of code, fewer.
Dot strip dot title.
Opportunities for mistakes. It just allows me to move on with my next problem to solve.
I will just name this one combined. Control A. Okay, so I have everything in here.
All right.
Hello. Hi. Hello. I would say basic commands. No, hello comments, because I know it's the first thing. Okay, save.
All right, let me pause here and see if there's any questions on these methods. A method is a function that's built in to a type of value, like these functions are, or on F strings, which we saw a moment ago.
Yes, hi, thanks, David. So is there a way to remove the spaces between the spaces that I might have added?
Short answer, no. If you read the documentation at that same URL earlier, you'll see that strip removes from the left and the right, but not in between. In fact, there's 2 other functions that come with strings. One's called lstrip. The other's called rstrip that allow you to do one or the other. If we want to start getting rid of space in the middle, we're going to have to do a different trick altogether.
How many functions can we combine like this dot strip, dot title you have combined? So how many we can combine?
Yeah, a really good question. Technically, as many as you want. But at some point, your code's going to start to look really, really bad, right? Because the line of code is going to get really, really long. It's eventually going to maybe wrap around again and again. So at some point, you just kind of say, like, that's too many. And you start breaking it up into multiple lines like I did, maybe reassigning the value to the variable as needed. And this is actually a good question. If I can pivot, Divya, off your question, I mean, what do people think? If we could go ahead and put everyone's hands down for a moment, let me ask this. Is the way I've done this now with strip and title and input all in the same line better than my previous approach? In Zoom, you can use the yes icon or the no icon. If you think this version is better, say yes. If you think this previous version was better, for instance, this one here, where we had everything broken out, say no. And then we'll see why in just a moment. I proposed earlier that reasonable people can disagree, and that's absolutely the case. Doing it one way or the other isn't necessarily best, at least if you can justify it. Let me go back to the most recent version here. All right, so we're seeing a lot of yeses and a lot of nos. Why don't we go ahead and call on one of the yeses if we could? Someone who's voting yes, why do you think the current version of this code is indeed better than the previous longer version of the code?
I think it's more readable, so I can say, hey, this is the name this is the name variable. It gets some input, and then remove the space and give it a title, and there you go. You have a hello name.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. It's very readable, at least if you're in the habit, as you are in English, of reading left to right. It just kind of flows very naturally as a result. The line is not really that long. It's certainly fitting nicely onto the screen, so I think that's a good argument. How about a counterpoint, though? Someone who voted no, if we could call on someone who thinks this is worse.
Because it's not readable at all. It seems like it's a very long line, so I think it's better to separate.
Yeah, I think that's persuasive too, right? It's getting a little longer. And even though my sentence here, what's your name, is relatively short, you could imagine that this could get even uglier quickly. If I were asking a longer question of the user, that's going to make this line of code even longer and therefore less readable. It might be less obvious to me or my colleagues that I am calling strip or that I am calling title. It might be kind of an unexpected surprise. So I think that's reasonable too. In short, there is no right answer here. And in fact, part of the process of getting better at programming is getting your own sense of style, or working for a company where they might prescribe which way is better than the other because they just want everyone doing the same thing, even though reasonable people might disagree. Ultimately, though, so long as you have what's a pretty good argument in favor of one way or the other, like ultimately that's what's important. If you're just doing things because you don't really know which one's better, that's not great. But if and when you start to acquire opinions, and if your boss, if your teacher, if your colleague, your friend can challenge you and say, wait, why did you do it like this? They might not agree with you, but at least have an answer, and that should be sufficiently persuasive in general. Now, strings come with a whole bunch of other methods as well, among which is one called split, which can, as the name suggests, split a string into...
Okay. Now I'm kind of tired, and I honestly feel like going outside somewhere because all my energy is kind of gone. I'm kind of happy we watched 1 hour of it. That's nice. We did few exercises. But now my question is, should I go outside for 15 minutes and then return and continue? Because I feel like continuing, I just need a short break, or maybe I'll just lay in the bed. You know what? I'm just gonna take a short break, guys. I'm just gonna stay in the bed for a few minutes, and then if I feel like it, I will come back and continue the live stream. If not, I will just come back to say bye. So stay with me, and let's see how longer we can keep this live stream for. I'm back. I wanted to decrease the volume of the music a little bit, so hopefully it doesn't bother you that much. Okay, now what we can... Oh, wow, Blaster, you were right on time. You waited here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry it took that long, but I just stayed in my bed with my eyes closed. They really hurt it, you know? After a certain time, it hurts. Okay, so now I want to jump back here. How is your day, Blaster? Each string character can be referenced by a numerical index. The index count starts at 0. So the first character of a string has an index of 0. For example, in the string hello world, H is at index 0, E is at index 1, and so on. Each character of a string can be accessed by using bracket notation. You need to write the variable name followed by square brackets and add the index of the character between the brackets. Where did you go? I went on my bed with my eyes closed because it hurted looking that many hours at my screen. I don't know why I'm so tired. My sleep schedule is not really the best one, you know? You're 3D modeling? Oh wow. If you want, you can send what you did in the Discord server and I can show it to the world. If not, it's okay. You can keep it for yourself. I don't mind. It's your choice. Okay, now instead of printing text, print just the character at index 6. Okay, but it's R. Interesting that it's just on R. Equals text. Index, where are the brackets? Here. Wait. I'm sorry if I'm using the brackets, I have to change the command. Okay, so it's 6. Something is wrong? You should still call the print function. Oh! Now instead of printing text, reset. You should pass text. Oh, they mean inside. Wait, I changed my... It's so annoying because now if I'm using those brackets, I'm just gonna switch my camera. That's a shortcut for my camera. It's annoying, I have to change the shortcut. Oops. So it's like this, I think. Oh, okay, makes sense. You can also access string characters starting from the end of the string. The last character has an index of -1, the second to last -2, and so on. Now modify your text print call. Do you have single room bed? Yes. Why are you asking me this? Now modify your existing print call to print the last character in your string. So it's -1, right? Or yeah. You can access the number of characters in a string with a built-in len function. Modify your existing print call by passing len text instead of text. Like this. Or What happened? Use W3 close Python. Why? You don't like this one? You can access the number next. What if I do it inside? Am I allowed to? Yes, sir, but she's getting certificates for FreeCodeCamp. Yes, exactly. Oh, okay. You can see 11 printed on the terminal because hello world contains 11 characters. You know what? I feel like I have to... Or maybe not. It's fine. You can see 11 printed on the terminal because hello world contains 11 characters. Another useful built-in function is type, which returns the data type of a variable. Oh, so instead of return in C# here we have type. Modify your print call to print the data type of text. So it's type instead of print, or no? Okay. As you can see, the output of printing type text is class str, which means that your variable is a string indicated at str. Now go to a new line and create another variable called shift and assign the value 3 to this variable. You know what I'm very curious of? The certification. So here, this one is for HTML and CSS. I did a lot of exercises with this. JavaScript front end. Oh, Bootstrap. Okay, I did jQuery, React, reactors, random code machine, data visualization, backend, SPA APIs. I'm curious what they're teaching here in every course. That's why I'm doing this, guys. So scientific computing, this is what I'm currently working on. I have a lot. 35 certification with an arithmetic formatter. Yeah. Tomorrow is the Republic Day of India. Ooh. Nice. Data analysis. Data analysis with Python. I don't know what's the difference between scientific computing with Python certification and data analysis with Python. Information security certification. Element GS, Python for penetration testing, security projects. Is this for cybersecurity? Information security. Machine learning with Python. This is cool. Specs. A lot of Python in here. Full stack developer versus HTML frontend. Okay, what else I do? You know, I stopped with this one. We did a lot. We did this. Only that one? Really? I thought we did more. But we had a lot of exercises in there. Coding Dev project Euler. I've heard of Euler before. Okay. Legacy. CSS, HTML and HTML5, basic CSS, virtual design, web design principles, that's cool. CSS grid, legacy Python. Python is one of the most popular flexible programming languages. You can use it for everything from basic scripting to machine learning. Oh, this should have been the first course, I think. Well, my bad. I started with this one. 96. Step 9. As you can see, the output of printing type text is class str, which means that your variable is a string indicated at str. Now go to a new line and create another variable called shift. Okay. And now print your new variable. Print. It's so weird that now we can't use this thing. Oh, we can? Oh wow. Modify your print shift call to print data. Call to print data to type. What? Your print shift call to print the data type. You mean like type and then you should pass shift to type function? Yeah. Oh. Put the brackets wrong. Okay. Key aspects of variable naming in Python are: some words are reserved to keywords, example for, while, true. They have a special meaning in Python, so you cannot use them for variable names. Okay. Variable names cannot start with a number, and they can only contain alphanumeric characters or underscores. Variable names are case sensitive. Example, my var is different from my O. Okay, finally, it is a common convention to write variable names using snake case. So it's not camel case, here is snake case. Funny enough, because the snake has the name Python. Okay, so hopefully... my bad, sorry. I will just note this because I feel like it's important enough, so... Oops. Snake case, so it's here. For example. No. Oh, come on. Okay. Fair enough. Where each space is replaced by an underscore character and the words are written in lowercase letters. Remove both calls to print. Remove both calls to print and declare another variable called alphabet. Assign to this variable. So, do I also have to remove the shift? They didn't mention. Okay, we are going to use that find method to find the position in the alphabet of each letter in your message. A method is similar to a function, but it belongs to an object. Sentence, my brain hurts, sentence find R. Above the dot find method is called onSentence. The string to search in, and R, the character to locate, is passed as the argument. Let me read it again. So above the .find method is called on sentence the string to search in, and R, the character to locate, is passed. Sorry. Is passed as the argument. In the sentence .find R. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, because it's the fourth character here, which is the index of the first character, I guess. I didn't know if we called find an alphabet. Okay, so here we have to say sentence dot find this, and we have to say what if I say -1? Because they said previously that. No. Okay, so instead of -1 then. I mean, what am I supposed to say? Oh, I just have to say Z? Wait, you know what I've realized? What I forgot to say? No, I didn't. It's supposed to be here. Oh, but for me it's not. Is it sentence? It should be alphabet. Okay. The first kind of helper you are going to build is called a Caesar cipher. Specifically, you will take each letter in your message, find its position in the alphabet, take the letter located after 3 positions in the alphabet, and replace the original letter with a new letter. To implement this, you will use the .find method discussed in the previous step. Modify your existing .find call, passing it text as the argument instead of Z. So I will use the .find method discussed in the previous step. Modify your existing call. Call it text 0, I guess, inside. Okay. The print function gives you only an output in this console, but functions and methods can have a return value that you can use in your code. Now assign this to a variable named X. In this way, index will store the value returned by how can I do that then? I just have to say index and then index find text zeros. Doesn't make sense. Maybe I'll just say hi or something. I just have to say print index and that's it. No, doesn't make sense. Every part of your code is fine. Why did he use this one twice? So he had this thing here, right? I deleted this by accident probably, and then he just said print index. But he said it twice. Why twice? Doesn't make sense. Oh. Remove these extra spaces around the dot for voice code return. So this is the command it's supposed to. So it's index equal alphabet.find. You should assign the value returned by alphabet find to your index. Alphabet find text, maybe not lower. Let's just delete lower then. Okay. Next, print the index variable to the console. Here is that step. That find returns the index of the matching character inside the string. If the character is not found, it returns -1. As you can see, the first character in text, uppercase H, is not found since alphabet contains only lowercase letters. You can transform a string into its lowercase equivalent with the .lower method. Add another print call to transform a string into its lowercase equivalent with .lower. Okay. Add another print. So here is print index. No. It's text .lower. It's like this. Okay. Remove the last print. Then instead of... Wait, what? Remove the last print call. Then instead of text 0, pass text... Ah, here. Okay, so it's faster. One more. Cool. Declare a new variable named shifted. Use the bracket notation to access the value of alphabet at index and assign it to your new variable. Oh. Declare shifted. Declare a new variable named shifted. Use the bracket notation to access the value. Use the bracket notation to access the value of alphabet at index. So hold on, you should declare. Yeah, okay, my new variable I or something. You should assign alphabet index to your shifted variable. So shifted equals alphabet index. Okay. Into your shifted variable. Shifted. As you can see from the output, age is at index 7. Where can I see that? Text 0. Yes, okay, now I can see. In the alphabet string, yes. Now you need to find the letter at index 7 plus the value of shift. So you mean 10. So it's 3. Modify a shifted variable. So where is the shifted variable? So that it stores the value of alphabet at index.shift. Plus shift, sorry. Plus shift. Ah, easier. I thought it was something harder. Repeating the process of locating the letter inside the alphabet and determine the shifted letter. So repeating the process of locating the letter inside the alphabet and determine the shifted letter for each character in text. Here can be tedious. Thankfully, you can simplify it using a loop. For now, remove all the lines of code below the declaration of the alphabet variable. Okay. A loop allows you to systematically go through a sequence of elements and execute actions on each one. In this case, you will employ a for loop. Here's how you can iterate over text. For e in text. For is a keyword annotation to loop type. E is a variable that sequentially takes the value of the elements in text. The statement ends with a colon. Below the line where you declared alphabet, write a for loop. So a for loop to iterate over text in no. For e in text. Advertisements. Later. The code to execute at each iteration placed after the body of the loop. This code must be indented. In Python, it is recommended to use 4 spaces per indentation. This is a code block. Python relies. Okay, colon at the end of the line, signal that a new block final file. So when no indented block is found after the final colon, the code execution stops and an indentation error is thrown. This code will not show the output and instead raise an error. Give your for loop a body by adding a call to print e. Remember to indent the loop body. Just like this, or I should, okay. The iteration variable can have any valid name, but it's convenient to give it a meaningful name. Rename your e variable to char. Okay. Oh, whoops, wait. I did it right there. Yeah. Step 26. Inside the for loop, before printing the current character, declare a variable called index. So inside, so here. Before printing the current character, declare a variable called index and assign the value returned by. Currently, the print function is taking a single argument char, but it can take multiple arguments separated by a comma. Add a second argument to print char so that it prints the character and its index inside the alphabet. Wait, I have to read it again, sorry. Currently, the print function, so here, is taking a single argument char, yes, but it can take multiple arguments separated by a comma. Okay, add a second argument so that it prints the character. So the char, not the char, but index. Which one? Yeah, okay. Find is again returning -1. So here. For uppercase letters and for the space character too. You are going to take care of the space letter on. For now, instead of iterating over text, okay, change the for loop to iterate over text.lower. Okay. At the end of your loop body, declare a variable called new index and assign the value of index plus shift. Strings are immutable, which means they cannot be changed once created. For example, you might think that the following code changes the value of my string into the string train. But this is not valid. Confirm that by using the bracket notation to access the first letter in text. Wait, confirm that by using the bracket notation to access the first letter in text and try to change it. The character of your choice. You'll see the output disappear and never appear. So it should be index or no, I'll just say not L but R. Does not support. Okay. Let's see. When you try to change the individual characters of a string as you did in the previous step, you get a type error, which occurs when an object of inappropriate type is used in your code. As you can see from the error message, the strings do not support. Yes, string object does not support item assigned. However, a variable can be reassigned and not the string. Delete text as line and reassign the string albatross. I think this is an error, right? Albatross. What? You should reassign text the string. Do not modify. Ah, okay, oops. So you mean like... Oh. Like this? Oh. As you can see, each character of the reassigned strings gets printed inside the loop. We go back to the original string by deleting the strings. Do I have to delete that? Okay. Console. Oh no. No. Okay. Now you need to create a new char variable at the end of your loop. Body. Set its value to alphabet new index. Next, print new char and see the output. Where's the, okay. Clean the output a bit. Delete print char index. Then turn the last print into char. Oops. Char. New char. It is not space in there. At the moment, the encrypted character is updated in every iteration. It would be better to store the encrypted string in a new variable. Before your for loop, declare a variable called encrypted. So hold on. At the moment, the encrypted character is updated in every iteration. It would be better to store the encrypted string in a new variable. Okay, before your for loop, so here, more space, declare a variable called encrypted.text and assign an empty string to this variable. Now replace new char with encrypted text. Everywhere. Also modify the print. Wait, modify new char. Encrypted. Oh, my eyes hurt again. So now replace new char. Where is new char? There, with encrypted text. We have to copy this one, put it where the new char is. Here as well. And maybe even here, but without this. Yes. Instead of assigning them. What's going on here? It's crazy. Instead of assigning alphabet index to encrypted text, assign the current value of encrypted text. So hold on, let's read it again. Instead of assigning alphabet new index to encrypted text, assign the current value of encrypted text plus. I swear I don't understand. So instead of assigning alphabet index to this one, assign the current value of which one is the current value? You should assign encrypted text plus. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure I understood it right. So it's just this thing. Come on, it should be like this. Let's reset. Maybe 4. So I mean here plus and okay. Is the order that important? You can obtain the same effect of A equals A plus B by using the addition assignment operator. Yeah, okay. The addition assignment operator enables you to add a value to a variable and then assign the result to that variable. Use the plus equal operator to add a value. Where exactly? So the addition assignment operator enables you to add a value to a variable and then assign the result to that. The plus equal. Use the plus equal operator to add a value and assign it at the same time to encrypted. So here, plus. Whoa. No. Not there. at the end or what? Doesn't make sense. Why it doesn't work? What if I put it the other way around? What if I put it here? You should use the addition assignment operator to add. So you mean like deleting that? Oh, okay. Makes sense. Oops. My bad, sorry, I changed it. Comparison operators allow you to compare two objects based on their values. You can use a comparison operator by placing it between. Wait a sec. Between the objects you want to compare. They return a Boolean value, namely true or false, depending on the truthfulness of the expression. Python has the following comparison operators. Equal, not equal, greater. They're very similar to the ones used for C#, I think. At the beginning of your loop body, print the result. Oh my god. And became sleepy. At the beginning of your loop. For how long are we live streaming, guys? 3 hours. I don't know, I'm so tired. Damn. At the beginning of your loop body. Okay, so here. Print the result of comparing char. Oh, you mean here. What? So at the beginning of your loop body, print the result. Or this looks so weird. I just realized something. Could either be like this or what's wrong? Help? Oh no. I'll check. Oh, they put it to the... Jesus, why did I put it up there? So like here, yeah, it makes sense. Hmm? You should compare char with a space. Ah, you mean space in between. You should print the result of comparing the space at the beginning of your loop. Excuse me? Hello and welcome. Oh. So here they're supposed to be like this and then empty string space. Replies. But of course, yeah. Okay, thank you. What? You might have changed something else. Reset. Okay, reset and then... No. Is it print the result of comparing char with a space? I mean, it is. So... Wait. Oh no, it's still char. Okay, then let's just try this line, even though... I don't know if it makes sense. I'm just gonna copy, reset, and see. No. Very good. Yes! Exactly. I've tried it. For this, you need to do two things. Remove the... Okay. Add print the result of this. So, remove the brackets. And they said add print. So, it's going to be like this then. No? What do you mean? Maybe more? Oh. Wait. Hey, you know what I did? Instead of char, oh my god, I just saw. Oh no. Hold on, so it's gonna be char equal, like this. And then print char or something. I think it... Oh, come on. I think it works like that, but... Okay, let's try like this. If not, I'm gonna try it like this again. Space, space, space. They have spaces in between. No. What if I'm gonna do it just like that? What do you want? You just need to wrap your instead. Sure. Just delete the first char. Exactly what I did. And still nothing. Maybe I have to reset the exercise again. Nope. Next one, let's see. What's confusing you? Why does he have it to type? Index encrypted char. You added an extra space for them. Why? At the beginning of your loop body, print the result of comparison with a space. For this challenge, you are asked to include the print statement to the body. It's the same. The body from the result of comparing it with the space. We did that. This is not helping. Wait, I said for this column. To incorporate the requirement of printing the result of comparing char with a space, you can modify the code as follows. Only in one? Whoa, that's way too advanced. My laptop, it's crashing a bit. I don't have to change the code, only to add a few simple comments. If you don't need to change the original code. Okay, so this line no. What? What's wrong? Print char. There's no way. Oh my goodness. Oh, so this was the thing. Instead of having FreeCodeCamp was a bit annoying, so instead of having two different lines, because they were trying to do, they forced me to reduce everything only to one line. I mean, it makes sense. It's easier and it's smarter, but still. Okay. Currently, spaces get encrypted as C. You know what? Let's watch something, guys. I feel like watching videos from YouTube or something to distract a bit. Let me see if I can find an interesting video and I will let you know. So 1 sec. So can you let me see if I can find an interesting video.
If you were to start learning to code today, where would you begin? I started learning Python 7 years ago while working as a data analyst. It took me at least 3 years to feel confident in my skills. But today, things are very different. You can reach an intermediate level in Python in just 3 months or less if you learn it the right way. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how I would learn Python if I were starting from scratch today. Before we dive in, let's address the elephant in the room. Is it still worth learning Python in the age of artificial intelligence? What's the point when AI can write code much faster than we can? Well, Python is still one of the most in-demand programming languages today. In addition, knowing how to
Wait. 2023? So JavaScript is still up there, whoa.
One of the most in-demand programming languages today. In addition, knowing how to program in Python empowers you to build applications on top
Learn language models, change prompts.
of AI models. This means you're not just a consumer of AI, but you can build things with it. Yes, AI can now generate code, making coding more accessible with no-code and low-code tools, but it still has significant limitations that we can't ignore. Hallucination in a conversation may be amusing and insignificant, but in coding it can be fatal. A cybersecurity researcher recently noticed that large language models repeatedly produced a command to install a non-existent Python package. Without sufficient understanding, you might unknowingly allow AI-generated code to install malware in your environment. That's why you still need to know how to code, even if you use AI to write code. Being proficient in Python will help you verify and correct AI-generated code and leverage AI effectively and safely. Programming is about logical thinking and using that creatively to create a set of instructions. And it helps that Python mostly looks like plain English. Even if you don't know how to code, you can sort of read it. I wish I wouldn't worry too much about choosing a development environment to use when I first started. But anyway, choosing the right one might make your life a little bit easier. Which development environment to choose depends on your goal. Do you want to learn Python to become a developer, or do you want to learn it to do data analysis and machine learning or AI? And you can also choose between a local code editor and a hosted service. At the very beginning, you may not want to bother with installing Python and setting an environment yourself, so you can use an online code editor.
I'm just gonna take a picture with this. Let me see if it's still the right thing. Okay. I'm curious if I will duplicate this one.
If you were to start learning,
If FreeCodeCamp have, machine learning with Python. They do, and they are using Python.
Kylie Ying has worked at many.
You might notice that it has no impact on the class. Like this,
such as Replit, where you can start writing code right away in an online environment. For data science and machine learning specifically, a common tool is Jupyter Notebook, which allows you to run blocks of code individually and inspect
I'll be right back.
An online version of Jupyter Notebook is Google Colab, which is a hosted Jupyter Notebook service. It requires no setup to use and provides free access to some computing resources, which is pretty neat if you have a small project and you want to collaborate with others in real time. However, However, in the long run, it's best to install Python in your computer so you can use it locally. Then you can use Python directly in your terminal, try using it as a calculator or print some fun joke in your terminal. The next step is to install an integrated development environment like Visual Studio Code or PyCharm. These are software that help you develop general applications, and they make it easy to edit code and have all the functionalities built in that you might need for your project, hence the name Integrated Development Environment. I used to use Jupyter Notebook a lot for my data science project in Python, but nowadays I find it easier to use Jupyter Notebook inside Visual Studio Code, as I can easily use GitHub Copilot, which we'll talk about later in this video. Once you decide which tool to use, you can immediately start learning the basics, like variables, data types, and functions. You really want to know the basics of control flows like conditional statements and loops. Don't get carried away. A lot of times we get stuck in the details of some small topics and lose motivation, and we want to avoid that. To help you visualize what you may want to learn at each stage of learning Python, I decided to create this mind map for learning Python. If you laid out every single Python concept in a mind map, this is basically what it would look like. You can see on this mind map, I divide the topics into basic, intermediate, and advanced. As you can imagine, the basic topics include the integrated development environment for Python, how to install and manage packages, working directory, and all things basic, just in any programming languages such as data types, variables, functions, operators, conditional statements, and loop statements. It's fine not to completely understand everything at this stage. You have the chance to practice and solidify your knowledge in the next levels. Moving on to the intermediate topics, where you can start doing really useful things. On this level, you should learn more advanced things like working with different types of files, version control with Git, Python for data science, aka doing data analysis and machine learning with Python, object-oriented programming, decorators, debugging, and error handling. At this stage, you also want to pay attention to good coding practices, meaning writing clean, readable, and efficient code. There's a distinction between writing code for a personal toy project and building something in the real world. Some of the most important good coding practices may include: follow the style guide for Python code and be consistent with it. Use meaningful variable names. Trust me, naming variables is one of the hardest things in programming. Avoid hard coding numbers in your code because no one would be able to understand what these numbers represent except yourself. Use list comprehensions and generators when necessary instead of using for loops. Also add error handling in your code, provide commenting and documentation in your code, use virtual environments to encapsulate packages for separate projects. If necessary, you also want to create unit tests for your functions. At this stage, there could be a lot of things to learn, so I'd recommend you start thinking about what you want to focus on. For example, if you are learning Python for data science, machine learning, and AI, you know that you need to master all the basics, plus some of the most basic Python packages you need to use for working with data, such as NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, Seaborn, and Scikit-learn. While if you want to learn to become a data engineer or software engineer, then object-oriented programming, decorators, and learn to write efficient and clean code are even more important. Once you've moved on to the more advanced topics, you can start building more complex applications, and you can start learning how to use an API for your application, develop a web application with a user interface or a complex game, and so on. This is also where you start moving from building prototypes in Jupyter Notebooks to building an user-friendly application. In Python, there are a lot of popular frameworks that make it easier for you to develop a web app, for example, Django and Flask. You also learn how to deploy your application on a cloud hosting platform. If you
What am I eating? I'm eating something with noodles and tofu. One of my friends made it and she gave it to me. I will show you right now. It looks good. It's okay. Wait. Focus. Basically noodles with vegetables and tofu. Yeah.
If you want to learn advanced programming and develop complex applications, I'd like to shout out to Codecrafters, who has kindly sponsored this video. Codecrafters is a learning explore it. This overview is just a guidance. The best way to actually learn something though is through doing. And the best way to actually own your knowledge is through teaching. Let me explain. Most of us learn like this. You learn something and then move on to the next thing and then move on to the next thing. By the time you move on to the fourth or the fifth thing, you already forget the previous things you learned. Sounds familiar? This is not because you're
Yeah.
stupid. It is because if you learn something without immediately applying it, your brain would get a signal saying, oh, this thing is apparently not important because I never need to use it for anything. So a better way to learn Python or any foreign languages is to immediately put what you've learned into.
By the way, thank you very much, Woodcash, for still being here. Means a lot because I see that there are not a lot of people, so it really means a lot. Thank you.
Practice and start creating something useful with it. This something doesn't need to be too useful. For example, you just learn about Python functions. You can create a function to calculate your BMI. If you need some ideas, you can simply go to ChatGPT and ask it to create a quiz or practice problem for you. At this point, you might think, okay, cool, I can move on to the next thing. Or you might decide to go to the next level, which is to teach others what you've learned. I love writing blog posts and tutorials or making videos to explain concepts I just learned. In fact, I believe you should always teach what you learn. By teaching, you learn it more deeply, and it helps reveal gaps in your knowledge that you would otherwise never know. It's said that no one learns as much about a subject as one who is forced to teach it. So for me, the best formula to learn coding is actually learn, do, teach, and so on. This is easier said than done. Almost all of us experience some sort of dip in confidence and motivation while picking up a new skill. And coding is no exception. You get started feeling very excited learning about how to print hello world and make the first for loop
What are you studying?
to count from 1 to 10, you feel like you are crushing it and becoming a guru very soon, but this is just an illusion. This is called the Dunning-Kruger effect in psychology, which basically means the incompetent people usually overestimate their own abilities. After 1 or 2 weeks, you start feeling overwhelmed and realize how little you actually know about programming. You want to learn Python to do machine learning, but you just realize that you also need to learn math, statistics, and some computer sciencey stuff at the same time. And this is completely normal. Unfortunately, 99% of people give up at this stage. They cannot push themselves to step up and keep going even when they don't feel like doing it. If you can't go past this stage, then you'll forever be a beginner. And the problem is, in today's world, being a beginner, you're less competent than ChatGPT. So all you need to do is to trust the process. For me, the best way to get out of the valley of despair is to learn with a purpose. You want to find a problem that you want to solve and create a personal project that solves it. This will help shift your focus from I'm incompetent to I'm learning what it takes to solve a real-life problem. You might be asking, but I'm still just a beginner. I don't know where to start. A good thing to note is that your project doesn't need to be complicated at all. It doesn't need to change the world. It just needs to be a little bit useful. One of my projects is to take all the books from the Witcher book series to create a network of characters in the story. It is useful, but not too useful. It was fun and doable, and there were a lot of new ideas and concepts thrown at me, and that's the point. When you get absorbed in your project, you're just too excited to stop.
You're studying BCA? It's a course for programming. BCA? By the way, good job. Oh, Bachelor of Computer Applications. Nice. Good job.
There were quite a few weekends when I coded until wee hours just to see if something actually works and my project slowly coming to life. I think there's no better source of motivation than this. You also come across many similar projects from other people. You can then reverse engineer what they have done to tackle the same challenges in the project, and this will help you build your own problem-solving skills. In addition, in the age of AI tools today, you no longer have to do projects all by yourself. Nowadays, I often use GitHub Copilot Copilot to help me write code faster and less error prone. In data science, this really helps you focus more on the idea and the creative process behind it rather than getting bogged down with fixing the data types or adjusting axes on a chart. Believe me, this can cost a lot of time. And by the way, I'm currently working on a course on Python for data science and AI project. If you're interested, check out the link below to be the first to...
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very good ideas. Let's see. Oh, she's not that active. You're using ChatGPT for your notes. Smart. How to land a job using AI tools. I'm sad she doesn't really post anymore. But it's pretty rare, but at the same time, she has very useful videos, so yeah, nice.
If you
Programmer hired using AI. I'm just curious if it's possible, like if they would hire. Okay, let's see how to get hired. Is not coding. Let's see.
I think the most important thing is
the better you are at cracking those, there's no way to, Google can reject you.
so I've been working in tech for about 15 years.
Something I regret, I didn't really do well when I look back is I interviewed at Facebook and Google.
Now that you're on the other side, interviewing software engineers, what do the successful ones do?
That's a good question.
Hey, what's up? Today we're at Google headquarters. Ask you to watch till the end because they finally Shivam?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How long have you been at Google and what is your title?
I'm Manager System Development Engineering. I've been part of Google for 3.5 years.
Hi, I'm Kate.
Kate, nice to meet you.
I'm a little under 2 years and I'm a software engineer at Google.
Dhirendra, I am an engineering manager here. I have been 2 years.
And then what is your favorite benefit or perk?
Food.
Free food?
Yeah, lunches, breakfast. I love it.
Okay, nice.
Oh, I like that there are a lot of offices internationally. So when I travel, I can work from different cities.
And then what has been your favorite memory so far?
I guess my teammate hosted a really nice team dinner recently. He's from Greece, so it was like all sorts of Greek food.
Building products, so mostly, everything is memorable according to me. Like every day is memorable. So,
and how did you get into Google?
So I was part of a startup called CloudSimple, and it got acquired by Google in late 2019. So got here as part of acquisition.
So I studied computer science in college, and then I actually interned at Google first through the STEP program. It used to be called Engineering Practicum, and then I became a software engineering intern, and I continued on as a student researcher. And then afterwards, I decided to just come back. So I went through the returning intern and conversion pipeline.
I got interviewed, I qualified, and that's how I am.
Where did you apply? What were the interviews like?
They reached out to me. I was at a startup company before Google. And then after a year of conversation, I thought, okay, I'll interview, and I interviewed at Facebook and Google. Got through both of them and chose Google.
And now that you're at Google, probably interviewing prospective Googlers, what do you look for and what do successful applicants do?
I think the most important thing is to be able to talk through your thought process as you're interviewing. So you need to make sure to be able to convey what you're thinking at each point and to communicate that clearly so that interviewers can see not just whether or not you're able to solve a problem, but also how you approach an ambiguous problem.
Got it. And then what did you use to prepare? What types of stuff did you do to get ready for the interviews?
Personally, I did LeetCode and then also cracking the coding interview.
Have you ever interviewed people while you were at Google?
Yeah.
And what do those interviews look like? Do you have any tips?
So mostly we focus on the basic stuff. So we dig deeper into the core of everything. You should be well versed with basics, and we feel that your basics should be so strong enough so that you can work on anything at the advanced layer. So that's what we focus on.
Got it. And then last question, do you have any advice for someone aspiring to be a software engineer and get into Google?
Think about reliability, scalability, and long-term solutions rather than focusing on short-term and small solutions. So think about large user base for a particular problem. I think that's what I would suggest.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the usual things, data structure algorithms, system design. I think you just need to be better at it and crack the interview. I think it's not very secret anymore, but the better you are at cracking those, there's no way to, Google can reject you.
Any advice on passing the resume screen, like how to differentiate yourself? You're a manager, you might be looking at applicants.
Yeah. I mean, just be yourself. Put your best way forward, best face forward, right? That's all they know about you. They can't know everything about you. So put the best things what you have in their resume so that when somebody looks at it, they want to talk to you.
Jimmy,
nice to meet you.
5 years. I am just a senior software engineer.
My name is Nakul. I've been at Google a little more than 4 years now. So I'm a software engineer.
How did you get into Google?
Well, so out of college, I actually worked at another company called MathWorks for a while. They make like MATLAB and stuff.
Yeah.
And then I was looking around like a year and a half after that. And then I passed the interviews and here I am.
I had just started my career I was at Cisco. It was like 2 years out. Yeah, I just needed a little bit of change and move into generic software. I was like doing a lot of networking stuff over there. So I wanted to come more into general software.
And now that you're on the other side, interviewing software engineers, what do the successful ones do?
It comes down to communication a lot, being able to explain your thought process, and I do think that there's something to be said for practicing. At least in my experience, it definitely helped the interview process to do practice problems on my own beforehand, so I would recommend doing that for sure.
I like candidates who kind of build the solution like slowly, like not delve, like obviously clarify like the bigger perspective of the problem. But come up with a solution and see if that works, because a lot of the times you don't need a complicated solution.
Yes. And then last question, do you have any advice for people trying to become software engineers, maybe at a big time company like Google?
There's no specific advice I'd offer other than I think it is easier to go like the traditional like college route. I know that like a lot of the bootcamp stuff is big these days, and that's a great way to do it too. The easiest path is through college and through, relevant internship experience, I'd say. But I would also say that's not the only way to do it. So I think there are people who get interested in it when they're 35 or later as well, and I think that's great too. You can do it either way.
Getting into Google is more of like basics again.
Okay.
The only thing that worked is like having fundamentals right. So that's like one advice. I think Google values like fundamentals.
The best engineers stay on top of the latest and greatest technologies. The bots. Nice to meet you. Some more advice from Google software engineers. Hi, what's your name?
Hi, Keelan. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. How long have you been at Google, and what is your title?
I have been at Google for about a year and a half, and my title is Product Manager in Vertex Cloud AI. So I work on our AI/ML platform.
Suman Wang, been Google for almost 2 years.
And what is your title?
Software engineer. Yep.
And how did you actually get the job? What did that look like?
So I applied during, end of 2021, so it's still pandemic. So, at that time, all the tech companies kind of like overhiring.
Yeah.
So a lot of other people, including me, got hired during that period.
How did you get into Google and then maybe PM?
So I've been working in tech for about 15 years. Originally, I was working at startups, actually more on the sales and customer success side. And then I got kind of burned out on that and went back to school for computer science.
Okay.
And then I transitioned over to product about 5 years ago, was at a couple startups for a while, and then went to Google.
What has been your favorite software engineering memory so far?
You have quite a lot of supports, both in terms of you can always reach out to your colleagues whenever you need help, or you have a huge database of documents that you can just search through and find solution. Something I regret I didn't really do well when I look back is that finding your passion early on is always beneficial. Technical skills or the other things, you can acquire them after. Maybe you start late compared to others, but it's okay.
I think that good PMs are really good at bridging the constraints and possibilities on the technical side versus the business requirements.
Okay.
Essentially sort of frame that up in a way that the business teams can actually sell it.
Do you have any advice for aspiring people trying to break into Google, especially maybe women in tech?
Yeah, I think that on the technical side, actually the people in my experience that are the most successful technical practitioners are usually also good at
working with non-technical stakeholders. I think this is sort of an under-heralded skill, because if you are not a good communicator and you're not good at communicating with people that do not know as much as you do as a technical expert, you're going to have a really hard time translating those ideas into like products that get shipped into the world. So it's like great to know how to code and be, you know, awesome at technical things, but being able to actually communicate those things to people that don't know much about the technology behind them is really important.
Hey, what's up? Today we're asking.
Yeah, very cool and useful video. There's a lot of interesting videos here. Get hired.
This is the exact resume that got me multiple senior software engineering job offers. Yes.
Oh, hold on. Rice University, MS in Computer Science, Houston, Bachelor in Computer Science, undergraduate, Ethics and Accountability in Computer Science Operating Systems, Distributed Compiler, graduate. Skills Programming, Go, TypeScript, Python, Java, C, SQL, fluent in English, Hindi, French, proficient in Portuguese. So words, ooh. Projects, YouTube content creator. That's cool. Microsoft, Gusto.
This is the exact resume that got me multiple senior software engineering job offers. Yes, even in this ridiculously tough tech market. For all of you wondering, I do have a new job now. I'm going to tell you all about it super soon. In the interview process, your resume gets you a seat at the table, a chance to even be considered. Then it's your
Can you guys hear it well?
algorithms, data structures, and system design knowledge that actually gets you the job. Well, this resume got me over 50 interviews in the past 6 months, and I've spent countless hours refining every bullet point, piece of white space, and title, with the help of my friends, ChatGPT, and even past coworkers. Today, I'm going to distill everything I've learned so you can copy my process exactly. And for the first time, I'm going to be the sponsor of today's video. So if you're interested in supporting my content journey, or you're just interested in my exact resume template, you can download the source code in the description below.
Ooh.
I have my resume right in front of
That's useful, although it's pretty basic. Grab the template. It's 3 euros. I can recreate it. I thought it is an ad.
me. Let's break it down. First things first is pack.
Then I realized Livestream. Oh,
Think about when you go on a
no.
first date. It doesn't matter how cool you are on the inside. If you're not wearing nice clothes, your hair
Funny enough.
looks good, and when you get closer, hopefully you smell nice, then the girl isn't going to give you a chance. And this advice goes for anything in life. Even when you go on Netflix to pick a show, they keep changing their thumbnails on you to entice you to click, because if you don't click, you'll never watch the show, and then all that work doesn't matter. And trust me, this is the same thing for YouTube, where thumbnails and titles matter so much. So let me know what you think about this thumbnail and title in the comments below. So when a hiring manager or recruiter opens up your resume, you want them to feel like, I want to read this document. It's a breath of fresh air. But also that this person is competent, which means you need to have just enough content, but not too much, where you bog them down and they feel like they're reading a research paper. And don't worry, I'm going to tell you exactly how to do that. Well, when it comes to resumes, there's nothing more important to packaging than white space. Think of when you visit a museum. They could have technically padded every single square foot with art or an exhibit, but they didn't. They left a lot of open room, so you could enjoy the art on the walls. In a way, the openness, the empty space, enhances your experience in the other space. And I'm no architect or designer, but I think if you've been to a museum, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Well, your resume is very similar. You have access to white space that should enhance the experience of reading the rest of the content on the document. So you want to have white space between sections, between headings, and anywhere else you feel like you can draw the reader's eyes to things that actually matter. But again, not too much white space, because then it'll look like you don't have enough experience. But lucky for you, white space isn't the only thing you have access to in your toolkit. You can also bold, underline, italicize, maybe even strike through, but probably don't do that, and colors. But just like anything else, you don't want to overdo it. You want to do just enough so you're accentuating what's already there, because remember, the focus is still the content, what makes you a fire software engineer and future employee. If you look at my resume, I only use 2 colors, black and blue. And yes, sometimes I bold, so it makes it feel like a deeper, richer black. But when it comes to blue, I only use it for links that are clickable, because I want it to be intuitive. When you see hyperlinks, you think blue. If you see blue on my resume and you go to click on it, you expect something to happen. and I want that to be seamless. Any designer will tell you following design principles that are intuitive, accessible, and well-known will be your best friend. In the rest of the video, I'm going to talk about more elements that will play a part into packaging, because just like a package, your resume is the sum of all of its different sections. So next up, we have formatting. When it comes to the overarching format of your resume, you have two main options: the 1-column resume and the 2-column. I've done both, and there really is no way to go wrong. I personally prefer the 2-column because it intuitively splits up my resume into the 2 halves. The left half is things that won't really ever change: my education, the year I graduated, the classes I've taken, and all the programming languages I know now. Sure, I might learn some more in the future, but then it's very easy to edit that. While the second half of my resume is the living and breathing section, the things that are constantly changing: the places I've worked, the years of experience, the projects I'm working on, and all the cool things I want to highlight to future employers. So you've decided if you want a 1-column or 2-column. There are 2 sections that are never going to go away. Just like a website, you have the header and you have the footer. Let's talk about them. The header is the first thing someone's going to see. At least in English societies, we read up to down and left to right. So you want that to be big and bold and centered. So at the very top, you can see I have Num and Kapoor, and then right below, I have a subsection of all the ways to contact me. Now, some people go crazy here. They put their address, their mom's name, where they were born in India. Don't do all of that. At most, you can have where you currently reside, but really, especially in this increasingly remote world, you only need 3 things: your website, your email address, and phone number. Now, some people like to put their GitHub links and LinkedIn. I'll tell you why I don't include those. Well, for one, you can find those on my website. So I want my website to be a consolidation of all the ways to find me on the internet. But if you don't have a personal website, then you might want to put your LinkedIn or GitHub. But usually when you apply to jobs, there's a different section on the application for LinkedIn. So putting it on your resume, I don't think makes the most sense. But again, it's just one more thing. So if you want to include it, I don't think it's that big of a deal. GitHub, on the other hand, it's like, what's the reason? Yeah, it's all the technical stuff you've worked on, but when you're talking about those projects in the bullet points, why not link them there? And instead of linking the entire GitHub homepage, link the specific repositories or the commits or the code changes or issues to make it really easy for the person to see all the impact you've actually made. Imagine if you had eye tracking software to make sure the recruiter was actually giving you a fair chance. You'd want to make sure the eyes went through the whole resume, which means they might go really fast to the middle, but I promise you they're going to spend some time at the top and at the very bottom. Next up, we have the footer. For me, it's the award section. For you, it could be anything else. And right now I have it on the second half of my resume, but really you could have it as the entire footer, take up the entire page, and I might actually play around with that later, because that's impressive. I want you to see big numbers, the amount of money I won, the hackathons I won. I want you to know that I'm someone who's going to come to the team and make a difference. So we've talked about overall format, we've talked about the header and the footer. Now, just like a website, we have the body, the meat of the resume, which I've actually delineated in my resume with a line. I guess I don't have a line between the footer, but I think it just looks a little weird if I do that. The meat of your resume should have sections, and the exact number of sections doesn't matter. I'll tell you how many. I have 6. You could have anywhere from 4 to 6, but there's some sections you should always include: education, coursework, skills, experience, and awards. 5. Pretty easy to remember. Now, each of these sections can also have up to 2 subsections. I think 2 is the magic number, because more than 2, then I'm like, maybe break it up into its own section or feels too much to read. So for example, in education,
Okay.
I think the most
This is a video I was looking at. By the way, sorry guys, if you don't know Travis, he's a really, really good guy. He actually motivated me when I had my first programming exam. I watched one of his videos in which he exposed his whole life story, and it was so inspiring for me that I started to exercise right after the video ended. By the way, when did he post this? 2 months ago. Okay.
These days, as developers, is too narrow. We think of it in terms of helping us code faster, helping us find solutions faster, and there are actually many who reject it completely because it writes bad code. Well, in either situation, you're severely limiting yourself. In 2024, 2025, and beyond, you need to be thinking of your AI usage in a much bigger context. If you view AI solely in relation to the code you write, you're already behind. We're in a tough economy. I don't think this will stay this way much longer as we begin to reverse course here, but we all know it's not the easiest task to land a tech job now. We're tweaking resumes, applying for listings, writing cover letters, and really, we're doing it all ineffectively. Why is this? Well, because the other side, the hiring side, is utilizing AI to quickly sift you out of the pile. Big companies are quickly embracing this technology to help them automatically screen resumes and applications in matching candidates to job requirements more efficiently. These AI systems can parse through thousands of applications quickly, identifying candidates with the most relevant skills and experience for programming roles, and this saves recruiters significant time in the initial screening process. AI is being used for skills assessments. They can automatically grade coding challenges and provide insights into a programmer's abilities across different languages and frameworks. And there are even chatbots being used now to handle initial candidate interactions and can even conduct preliminary technical screenings through conversational interfaces. Like it'll ask you questions and hit record as you give your answers. No human is needed. And the hiring team can watch it later after AI generates an analysis of you and if it hasn't given you the big thumbs down. Recruiters are using AI writing assistants to craft tailored messages to qualified leads on LinkedIn. AI can take data from past hires of a company and predict which new candidates are likely to better succeed at that company and can then identify high potential candidates. And it makes sense in this economy as they're probably getting hundreds and hundreds of applicants or having to sift through hundreds and hundreds of business. You can say that it's inhuman, it's not fair, it's not right, but the technology is here and people are using it. But here's the kicker, and this is the point I want to make in this video. They are utilizing technology, AI technology, to make their jobs easier. You are not. You are complaining about AI and refusing to use it, and in doing so, you're shooting yourself in the foot. If they are playing the game on their end, should you not be playing the game on your end? You can't answer that in the negative. Therefore, there are certain approaches you could change today to give you an edge up on your end. And that's what I want to talk about in today's video. I'm going to discuss resumes, cover letters, applying for jobs, and then interview practice, all being 10x'd by combining them with AI. And let's start things off with resumes, cover letters, and job applications. And just a quick note before we get started, enrollment in my coding community is open again. We just moved it over to the school platform, and this is going to be the central hub for all trainings.
Let's see if this is free. Oh, wait. Join the Travis community. It's here. We're in the community. Let's go. Oh, only 5 a month.
Courses, coding challenges, and conversation. We have over 100 information on that. Now let's get started. Now, to be truthful, I'm not agreeing that I particularly like where things are headed. Actually, it's more the speed and the relational aspects that I'm most concerned about. But new tools like the one-click apply are bad. Sure, they're good for you to apply in one click, but that also means hundreds of others can one-click just as easily, even if they don't really think themselves a fit. Now you see why recruiters need those tools. But when it comes to this whole job process, AI can really help you out. And here are a few ideas. First, let's start with cover letters. I think you should always submit a cover letter, but you should never write one yourself. Again, this is unproductive. Instead, go to ChatGPT, upload your resume, paste in the entire text of the job description you're applying for, and prompt AI to write you a cover letter based on your resume, which includes your work history, skill set, etc., and the entire text of the job listing. And it will generate you a very specific cover letter for that job. And of course, tweak it a little bit before you submit it, as it may come off a bit robotic. Here's an example. So here in ChatGPT, I uploaded my resume, and we're not going to talk about resumes right now, but I asked it to give me some recommendations on my resume. But down here, since they had my resume in its memory, I found a job on LinkedIn for the company Elastic, and I copied and pasted the entire job description here, and I said, I am applying for a job at Elastic. Here is their listing. Can you write a cover letter for me based on my resume and the job listing description? So I pasted it all right here, and here's what it gave me. So down here, I have your name, address, city, state, if you need all that. Hiring manager at Elastic, dear hiring manager. And you can read this. I'm excited to apply for the developer advocate position. My experience aligns well with Elastic's mission of fostering an engaged community, which came right off the job listing. And then it goes through my resume. In my most recent role as developer relations engineer, blah, blah, blah. Prior to that, I was an SRE. In addition to my technical expertise, and so forth. So it takes my information from my resume and then information from the job listing and creates a nice cover letter. Again, you want to tweak this, but for the most part, I think it's great. They're using AI, you should be using AI. So again, never write a cover letter. Nobody has time for that. Next, let's talk about your resume. So you want to upload your resume and ask GPT to give you suggestions and adjustments based on the job you're applying for. You can paste in the job description of the job you're looking at, like I just did, upload your resume, and ask AI to help you improve that resume. In fact, you want to ask AI to make your resume ATS friendly. If it isn't, then you're starting off in the negative compared to the resumes submitted that are ATS compliant. The days of not caring what's happening on the other end and just shooting the same resume out to everybody is over. You need to educate yourself on what is going on. So what is ATS? Well, before we look at that and how to make sure your resume is ATS compliant, I want to share one tool with you today that does all of these things in one place. I tried to find a tool that we could use as applicants to give us an edge in all things. And in finding the tool and talking with the team at JobRite, they offered to sponsor today's video. So here's a quick word on them. JobRite is an AI job search co-pilot that helps you land more interviews by supporting your job search and giving you an So ATS stands for Applicant Tracking System, and it's software used by employers to manage and streamline the hiring process. It collects, scans, and sorts resumes and job applications, screens candidates based on specified criteria, stores your application info in a database, and tracks candidates through the hiring process. You'll also remain there for the hiring team or recruiters to search later. In big companies, it's used to handle the high volume of applications they receive. So how do you make your resume ATS compliant? Well, here's some steps. Number one, use a simple, clean format. Avoid graphics, images, tables, and text boxes. And use standard section headings like work experience and education. Don't get creative with wording. Remember, these systems scan your resume, and you want that to be as easy as possible for them to do. And I found an article here on JobScan talking about ATS. And in the context of knockout questions, sometimes they try to give you questions up front to disqualify you. But after doing so, it says here that the ATS scans your resume and parses it. This involves sifting your information and converting it into a structured format. This information is stored in the ATS tracking database. When recruiters want to find suitable job candidates, all they have to do is search through the database for them. So make sure that resume is easy to scan. Number two, make sure you submit it as a .x or a PDF formatted file. Number three, use relevant keywords. Be sure you've read the job description closely and have adapted the resume to use the keywords. Be sure to use the long form and acronyms throughout your resume, like JS and JavaScript. Use both words. It says here, hiring managers use keywords for suitable job candidates in the ATS database. A keyword can be a single word or a phrase. Most keywords are job titles or skills. For example, if a hiring manager is searching for a dental assistant, they might type the word dental assistant into the ATS search bar. Hiring managers can also type in multiple terms. For example, dental assistant might be combined with X-ray certification and patient care. Resumes that contain all three keywords will appear to the hiring manager. Resumes that don't contain all three keywords will remain hidden in the ATS database. And in regards to how you score in their database, which is based on your keywords and how much you match that job description, it says the higher your score, the better your chances of getting an interview. To increase your score, read the job description and highlight the keywords that appear most frequently. Pay particular attention to the keywords that are hard skills. Hard skills are specific abilities that are usually acquired through training or education. Examples of hard skills include graphic design, Salesforce, data analysis, project management, Python, and SEO. In other words, try to use the same words on your resume that the hiring manager used in the job description. This will make your resume easier to find, resulting in more job interviews. Number four, use an ATS-friendly font. Choose Arial or Times New Roman. Body text should be 10 to 12 point font and headers 14 to 16. Number five, have clear section headings like work experience, education, or skills. Do not use creative or non-standard section titles. Number six, be sure to tailor each resume to the specific job application and use AI to tweak this. A prompt might be something like, how can I update this resume to sound more senior for this senior Python developer role? Number seven, use bullet points for better readability. Number eight, avoid headers and footers. Place all important information in the main body of the resume. And then number nine, keep it clean and concise. Remember that you're trying to get called in for the interview so that they can get to know you better, not spilling all the beans up front. And finally, let's talk about the job interview itself. One of the best ways to prepare for when they actually respond back and set a date to meet you is to practice for that interview. How can you do this? No, don't ask your wife or your brother or your friends to do any mock interviewing for you. Instead, use AI. And you can do this in two parts. The spoken interview, which one is often completely unprepared for given the emphasis we put on the technical side, as well as the technical interview. Let me give you some guidance on how to use AI for both. So first, we have
Okay, pretty useful, I would say, honestly. So yeah, I have to call my parents, guys. I'll be right back. Hopefully it won't take that long. If it will, just so for you to know what am I doing. And wait right here, I'll be right back. In case I will feel like I'm too tired to continue, I will let you know. If not, you will still find me here. So yeah, just give me 1 sec and I will put the song right now.